Hello, hello. So, after a little impromptu and unfortunate cancellation to the stream yesterday, we are now back with the letter. Let's just continue here, and I will show you the game, and we'll see what happens. Whew. For both of us. Right, so we just started the new day. The first few notes, while muffled, are enough to wake me. Hello, hope you managed to at least get some sleep. Well, no more than the about 3 hours I had at last count. How are you? Still sleepy? A bit, but I think I've... You know how when you're sleepy you get like ups and downs? Like some periods you're just fine and then you get super sleepy and then you're just fine again? I think I'm in one of those fine turns, so I'll be good. Oh, how are you doing, Mandel? Welcome. Hello, hello. In the end, it became one of those nights when sleep passes like a blink and is plagued with vague, fussy thoughts. I lift a hand to rub away the drowsiness from my eyes, although it does little to relieve the gritty, burning sensation from my eyelids. And at the end of poker, I was surprised you were still with us. Because I forgot to ask you one thing in poker. Ooh, ask away. Yes. Who did you bribe? Oh, I'll never tell. I'll never tell. Outside, the sun has yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given way to the cool morning light. I don't know how I read blue in that sentence, but anyways, washing everything in subtle grey hues. Or threaten. Look, I've got a God-given gift when it comes to poker, okay? I mean in my school? Wait, what? I didn't bribe or threaten anyone in your school. What do you mean? Or did I? I'm confused now, but I assume you're going to come with some sort of an explanation to, well, this. At this hour, the entire city remains unstirring. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button twice or thrice just to catch those precious few extra minutes of sleep. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now.
This better be good.
Yeah, that's me in the mornings as well. Groggily, I scramble for the bag sitting at the foot of the bed. The ringing still hasn't stopped, even as I fish the phone out and Ashton's name flashes brightly on the screen when I turn it on. Ah, hello, Ash. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call yet.
Took you long enough, Z-Man.
I forgot about that, Z-Man.
Ashton, it's 6 in the morning. Sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet.
Remember how I told you I never managed to write a positive mark on that one specific test, and I told you I'd officially declare you magic should this be the first one? So who on God's earth did you bribe? I cannot believe it. Well, I can. Still only one grade above negative, but positive. Yeah, you did great. I am not surprised at all. I knew it was gonna happen. I am magic. That's the only explanation. Now, if only I could use this gift to somehow win the lottery. That would be really good. Yes. Who did you bribe? Oh. Look, if you're magic, and obviously I'm just magic. That is very cool, though. Also, congrats. Very good.
Stop calling me Z-Man.
Oh, he'll never stop calling you Z-Man. Ashes with it. Ashes fly. He's not gonna stop calling you Z-Man.
It's 20 past 6, Zach.
Oh, excuse me, Ash. I'm so sorry. 20 minutes past 6. That's so late in the day. I can't believe I slept that long.
You're one to talk. Give me back my 5 extra minutes, Ash. I want my sleep.
I asked my teacher, no joke, who bribed you, and I low-key would not have been surprised any bit if he said your name. Well, I can't take responsibility for that, unfortunately, but, yeah, you did good. But he only laughed it up, so you must have paid him double. You know, what can you do, eh? Said there was something new here, but I don't see any new. I mean, they all seem. There's no plus or minus on any of them. Anyways.
Hey, don't make fun of me. I can be a more person too if I want to.
Yeah, it really sounds like it, Ash.
What's this all really about? You don't usually make calls around this hour.
Which brings me to the next question. Where did you get this money from? You know what? I would like to know as well, because maybe then I could get more the same way. Like, hello. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. You did mention once that robbing a bank is a quick way to get money. Look, I am neither smart enough nor brave enough to rob a bank. Plus, I don't have the hardware or anything. Google's bank heists in Norway. I don't think there's been any lately. Not that I've heard of, anyways, but I haven't actually checked the news today, so I guess it's possible.
The world ending today.
Sorry about that. Becca rang me up a few minutes ago looking for Isabella. Said she didn't show up in her own apartment last night.
Oh.
We both tried calling, but her phone seems to be off.
2004 was the last one. So they haven't noticed yet. Look, whatever you may think, that wasn't me. Also, that's a long time ago. Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Do you have any idea where...
I should have known you two would come looking for her first thing in the morning.
Not a laughing matter, Zach. You can't really let your guard down with everything that's happened here recently.
Oh, Ash is not gonna like that she spent the night at Z-Man's place, is he? Because he's definitely got a thing for Isabella. Yeah, yes, is the one that plays a burb rogue. Look!
You've heard about the people one from the news. Everyone in the precinct has been restless ever since the incident the other day.
Didn't mean to do that because I was in the middle of a sentence, but sure. Look, just because Era is incredibly persuasive and incredibly deceptive does not mean that I am. I mean, I can't even persuade you people that I'm not teeny tiny, that I'm actually average sized human woman from Norway. So, yeah. Probably faking it all these years. No, I'd never be able to keep a secret like that. Like, oh, that tough job. I mean, yeah.
I get what you mean. Listen, Ash, about Bella.
I let my voice trail off, unsure of how to go about recounting last night. If I should even say anything to him. He might be a close friend, but at the end of the day, whatever's bothering her ain't mine to speak of in the first place. On the bed, Isabella remains as still as when I transferred her the night before. Sometime during her sleep, she pulls up a blanket over herself and tucked into it comfortably. Like this, it's easy to forget the horror in her eyes or how much her hands and lips trembled. Save for her firm grip on the edge of the cover, she appears nearly as normal as she would any other day. Almost.
I'm not really sure how to go about this while being...
Zach, what about her?
Oh, he's getting restless. Something, the worry, the concern, must have surfaced in my voice because his own shifts then. Carefully, as if he's preparing for the worst.
Look, you don't have to worry about her. She's with me right now. Since last night, in fact.
Oh, why didn't you just say so earlier?
Oh, he's actually relieved. Oh, that's nice.
She kind of knocked in the middle of the night. I couldn't possibly wake you two over that.
Makes his best wife impression. Roll for persuasion to make people believe you're not teeny tiny. Okay, hang on. Let me. Okay, so. Roll dice virtually. Yeah, virtual dice and coin flip. That's okay. So, a d20. Does that seem reasonable? No, that's not a. Oh, okay. Is a 14 high enough? Like a d20, and you need to get at least 15. Well, sugar. Hello, Kotsen. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Well, that's a shame. Teeny tiny. No, I'm not. Ah, how are you doing, Kotsen? Welcome, welcome.
With how things are when she arrived, I thought it'd be best if I let her rest first. I just wasn't expecting people would be looking for her before the rooster even crows.
Yeah, it's early in the day. 20 minutes past 6, though, so it's not that early. Calm down a little bit, Z-Man. We're improving proof you were teeny tiny through the medium of dice throwing. Look, I'm going to verify from Wipeout himself if that's, if 14 is not good enough or if it is. I'm doing good trying to unpack and get my stream set up. How are you? Ah, that is good to hear. I hope the unpacking and stream setting upping goes well. I'm okay. I'm interested in seeing where the story goes. I'm actually very intrigued because I'm also wondering something I've been thinking of because like we went through Isabella, then we went through Hannah, and now we're on Zachary. So what I'm wondering is next up, like something's gonna happen here. Then there's Marianne, then there's Rebecca, Ash, and then Luke. And I'm wondering, will we get multiple like chapters with the different people, or are we going through the list and then that's that, and then things happen? Like that's kind of what I'm wondering at the moment. So I'm very, very interested in seeing how this actually goes.
You could have at least called her something. Becca's beside herself with worry when she found out. You know how much she
Well,
frets about the smallest stuff.
I mean, is your friend being missing-ish small stuff though? That it looks like a good game, just never seen the end. Yeah, it does seem really good, and Wipeout really recommended it as well, so it probably is. Like the story so far has like slowly been getting like I would say creepier and creepier. It's very interesting to see how it unfolds, though. I'm very much actually enjoying it.
I know. I'm sorry. That was a lapse on my part. And I just didn't think. Okay, you know what? Rebecca's worries ain't completely baseless.
Oh. Now, no, I was being generous with a 50 as Kelly and I have proven quite resistant against persuasion on this topic. I mean, it might actually be right. I don't know the rules enough to know if you're right or not, but that does actually kind of make sense, I think. Not sure if I like that, but it
Isabella
does.
hasn't been her usual self since the movie. Maybe even before that.
True.
I don't know if I should be opening my mouth about this, but Bella didn't outright say I shouldn't, so.
I don't know the rules at all. I'm pulling this all out of my nose. I mean, I am as well, which is why we're going to verify with Wipeout, who knows everything.
So something's wrong then?
I mean, a little bit, Ash.
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. I couldn't get the story out of her.
Ah, not much of a reporter, are you, Z-Man? Oh, they accidentally. Okay, well, I guess we're saving it, sure. Whenever I do that by mistake, I'm just saving the game.
Really? I thought you'd learned something from me by now.
No, it's impossible to learn from you, Ash, I think.
That's not it.
No, he's going to skewer the results in your favor. I'm more from bringing in Avian or Metis for this. Okay, sure.
Ash, when she
If
appeared
they
at my
pop by,
doorstep
we
last
can.
night, she was shaking, and when I tried to ask her about it, she just panicked. Had
Oh,
this frightened look on her face.
oh.
I'd be
I mean,
surprised if
it's
this was
true,
the
though.
first time I've seen it, but it ain't. Dude, the first time she was screaming.
Wait, what?
First time? When was this?
Huh?
You weren't talking about the thing in the movie house, are you? Because that was just us fooling around. Granted, I think I went overboard with the joke, but
No, it happened the day after. When she invited us to lunch. You
Oh,
weren't there.
right. I remember
We were
that.
walking one second and then the next.
Oh.
She's crying out. I'll be straight with you. That scared me shitless.
Yeah, that's actually fair enough, Z-Man. It bothered him if the way he falls silent is silent after his telling. But whatever his opinion is, stays absent from his voice when he speaks again. He's always been good with that, hiding what he thinks. I don't want to go to school. Oh, Kelly! I hope school won't be so bad, though. Hello, welcome. We're happy to have you here while we have you. I hope you got some sleep as well, by the way. Because you didn't have much either, did you?
did she say anything else?
Nothing. Won't tell me anything aside from a few vague words. I didn't want to push it.
This hasn't actually been a long conversation, but we've been on the phone with Ash for 12 minutes now.
Where is she? Is she still sleeping?
No, we do not have imperial proof just yet. We need referees to make sure. Had a nap after the game. That's good to know. That's good. That's very good. I hope it was a good nap. I hope it was a good nap with good sleep.
Right here with me, still sleeping. Should I wake her up or something? Let her know you guys are looking for her?
No need. Let her rest. I'll drop by in a few.
Oh, great unchangeable proof. No. No, not yet. We need referees first.
Today? Don't you have work at this time? I mean, I can drop her off home myself before meeting my client later.
Look who's talking.
My schedule's flexible, Ash. Last time I checked, you're the one who didn't have that luxury.
Oh, Ash is gonna come running when it's Isabella in trouble.
How on earth do you think I'm able to tag along when you need me?
It's not completely out of the way.
You live on the other side of the town from you, Ash. Your definition of out of the way is a little screwed up, you know.
Wait, who? Did they tell us where he was going, or does Z-Man just know?
It's
I,
fine. I have some things I need to do anyway. I'll call you back. I've got to let Becca know that Scared Cat's fine. Bye.
He drops the call before I can even get a word in, and for several minutes out after, I find myself simply listening to. Oh, listening as the rest of Luxburn rouses. The increasing sound of passing traffic, the bustle of the nearby shops preparing for the day, and the growing clamour of the people while they go about their morning. Not the smoothest. No, not the most soothing sounds to hear following a troubled night, but the routine puts me at ease nevertheless. What's comforting, what's safe, what I'm used to. Nearby, Isabella shifts but doesn't wake, blissfully unaware as the city slowly stirs itself back to life. Was her night as restless as the one I had? Were her dreams as lucid? In hushed moments like this, I envy her. Unreasonable, probably a little unfair to say such things in light of last night. If only forgetting is as easy as breathing. A small yawn escapes me when I rise from the couch to stretch. Luckily, the short conversation with Ash has effectively driven away any will to go back to bed. I still have a day to get through despite the proverbial ghosts hanging around. Also started the studying. Starting the studying is a good thing. Go study. The orange bottle sitting at the edge of my table is reassuring against my palm as the instant I pick it up. The sterile odor of the capsules equally slow. Equally so, not slow. What is wrong with me today? Yet the weight they carry is something I've never gotten used to. Years ago, I'd spent minutes, heck, even hours staring at a single pill prior to taking one in. Now it's just routine, a way to stave off the unwanted nightly visits. Although, I don't think Dr. Navarro will be quite pleased if he ever finds out I'm relying on them again. I do owe him a visit regardless, especially after missing our appointment on purpose and ignoring his calls for weeks. Another sigh comes out, tired and weary, and then I pop the tablet into my mouth.
Zach? What time is it?
The bottle on my hand hits the table with more force than necessary. As much as I trust my friends, there are some things I'd rather keep to
Morning,
myself.
Bella. Did you sleep well?
She answers the question with a long, drawn-out yawn, one reminiscent of a child. Are yawns different for Okay. Anyway, that's... yeah, probably. A chuckle manages to come out of my mouth at the sight. In this manner, it's easy to mistake her from someone too young for responsibilities, inexperienced and immature even. Easy to forget she was thrust into the role of an adult earlier than her own dreams can afford, to overlook how surprisingly observant she can be at times. Maybe not on the same level Ash exercises for his investigations or Rebecca needs for her own work, but it's certainly enough to definitely put what she sees around her on a canvas. And if the way her eyes flickers to the table and my hand says something, it's that I won't be able to avoid the questions this time. It's the car ignition mechanical engineering tool verification probe thing. Oh, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds interesting. All kids have a kind of different side? I guess so, yeah.
Only a little. I
Well,
don't
yawn.
remember how I ended up on the bed, though.
It means nothing. Oh. Uh-oh.
My doing. You didn't look very comfortable sleeping on the couch, all hunched up like that.
It would have been enough for something temporary. Sorry I stole your bed.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I leave a lady sleeping in such uncomfortable conditions? Not in this house. My nana will give me a tough scolding if I ever did that, I'm telling you.
Thanks a lot, Zach.
Oh, well,
I barged
Zach
in at
is
a very
sweet, isn't
inconvenient
he?
time last night.
I mean, it was very
I
late.
wasn't really thinking when I did, and
Zach is a simp.
Hey, it's cool, Bella. I ain't mad at you. That's what
Oh.
friends do. You guys are welcome here anytime. Although Ashton abuses the anytime part a lot, I don't really mind. We might have less wiggle room
Oh,
if all four of us
gosh.
are present, considering the size of this place. But as long as no one makes anything explode, it's totally fine.
Yeah, everyone seems to have really tiny apartments. Well, not, the rich lady, but like Isabella had a tiny place. This looks even smaller than hers.
fine or not, I still owe you one for last night's trouble, especially since you don't seem to be.
A concerned expression passes over her features as she spares another cursory glance over the table, back to the bottle, holding every small piece of what keeps the bad memories at bay. The blood looming over Pa's heart, the horrified look on Ma's face as she watches him fall lifeless to the ground, and every ounce of spite seeping from the stranger's smile. You don't belong here. You monkeys don't belong here. It never stops, does it?
Well, you don't seem to be feeling well. Let me know, okay? I'll make it up to you somehow.
Why not? She makes a slight gesture with her head towards the bottle, asking a question without really asking. Subtlety has never been one of her greatest assets, but right now, even Ash would have been a little amazed, if not at a loss for words at that. She has left it up to me whether I'll give her the response she wants to hear or not. A little clever coming from her, if anyone would ask me. Why don't we tell the truth? Sure. Yeah, she'll like that. Good. But it's never easy, ain't it? Talking about my own problems, that is. It will never be, not by a long shot. Not when I've let it stay this way for so long. I realized that long ago when the wounds are still fresh and the dreams are a nightly occurrence. Can't force yourself to get better or move on to better things. It's what's normal now, and I can only cope. Also, I need lunch. Lunch is good, yes, food good. Enjoy your lunch, Kelly. The question in her eyes may be unwarranted, born simply out of curiosity and sincere concern for a friend. I don't owe her an explanation, in fact. But of all the people I keep close in my life, she's probably one of the very few who perhaps I can trust with this. Maybe she won't understand entirely, can never hope she will, no, never to the full extent. That alone is expecting too much of her and giving too much of what I can. However, for all her shortcomings, I know she'll hear me out. And that's all I can ask of her.
My bad. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't have seen me with these.
The pills rattle lightly against the container when I gently set it back to its usual place, always the small area closest to my laptop near the right hand. Within reach whenever, and a quiet reminder of what I shouldn't miss every day.
Oh, is it bad? I was just thinking that maybe it's a cold like Becca's. Do you need me to get anything from the store? Soup or something? There's one nearby, right? I can run real quick and...
Well, that's oddly sweet, I think.
No, nothing of that sort. I'm perfectly healthy right now. It's really difficult to say, but can you promise me you'll listen at least?
What is this about, Zach?
I should have been upfront with you about this a long time ago. But Ashton found out without me telling him anything. But you already know how that guy is. Can't hide anything from him.
Oh. It'd be interesting to have, like... I don't know how many people in the world are, like, that observant and just figure you out. Because, like, you often get them in, like, movies or series or, you know, stuff like that. But, like, I wonder how many people are actually like that. And how many people are like that and you never really know because they don't really tell you. They just kind of like, well, it ain't any of my business, so I'm just staying out of it.
If it's something you're having trouble saying, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. I'll forget I ever saw anything and won't ask questions. Promise.
No, I need to get this off my chest eventually. Besides, we're already here. Might as well finish what I started, yeah?
Why not?
If you say so.
She takes a seat on the couch, her posture easy and open and her smile honest. As if this is just a simple talk between two friends on a regular day. It is far from one, but her unreserved air is enough to stamp down the twinge of unease that threatens to come up.
Let's hear it then.
And she does. True to her words, she listens while the story spills out of my mouth, of my ma and pa, that little old diner across the pond, and what it left in me that day. I can't recall most of it now, my own account jagged with a few missing details here and there. The passing years have eroded most of my recollection of the whole incident. All except for that one moment in the kitchen. The ringing of gunshots are as vivid as it sounded that day. Even Ma's hysterical screams the moment Pa's body hits the floor motionless, his lifeblood flowing out from under him. And the gunman, he was smiling. He was smiling when Pa opened the door to welcome him. He was smiling when he put a bullet to Pa's chest and Ma's head. I've heard stories of how the world can be can be a cruel place for people like us before. I've never believed until that moment.
Nan and Gran took us right after that. Sis and I flew straight to New Jersey as soon as they heard the news. A few days after, Mom and Pa were laid to rest. And we have a new home a continent away. I didn't even get the chance to take my favorite pillow with me.
Oh, see, man.
They said something about the change of environment will be good for us. They had no idea the different kind of ghosts would follow me here.
Yeah. I mean, being the witness to something like that happen, I mean, the trauma is gonna take more than just a shift of scenery. Like, that's awful. Oh, hang on, I missed that. I expected questions, mostly those brimming with childlike curiosity and maybe some that are a little hard to answer. But to her credit, she's just sat there, lent her ears, and looked at me with no expectations or unnecessary judgment in her eyes. She appears wiser and older like this, easier to see the breadwinner in her. Her younger siblings are lucky to have her. When I'm done, after everything's been said, she wraps her arms around me, a bit awkward considering the gap in our heights, but it gets her sentiment across. But it's difficult to answer this in kind, if I even am supposed to reciprocate the gesture given my earlier apprehension. She pulls away shortly with a smile on her face. Not the favorite pillow. Aww. Oh, it's sad. Not the reaction I braced myself for, but it's obviously better than what I imagined.
Are you not gonna say anything?
Sometimes words can be overrated, I suppose.
Am I supposed to say anything after? Like, apologize or something? I don't think that's very appropriate, but if you want to hear one, I can think of something real quick.
Why an apology of all things?
Not really.
Condolences, maybe?
Say after usually. And they're not necessarily nice either.
Can't imagine somehow.
Okay then, I won't. I can't think of something anyway. Sorry, I'm not very good with this. Who else knows, by the way?
My older sister, grandparents, and just Ash and you for now. Maybe I think I should tell Rebecca too, but
But
All
not
in
right
good
now.
time, Z-Man.
yeah, not right now. When I'm ready. Like today.
Yep.
I'm sure she'll be willing to hear you out once you do.
I don't doubt she will. I'm more afraid of how she'll react after. One step at a time, yeah?
Extremely emotional scene over there, and there's me being as insensitive as ever. No wonder nobody likes to watch emotional movies with me. I mean, I think I'd prefer that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really watch emotional movies. Like there's one movie I watched it by accident with my grandma at some point because it was just on TV, and we were like, "Oh, this looks like a nice movie." We were gonna have like it was years and years ago, but we were gonna have like a nice, like, we had made ourselves like a nice dinner, and we were just gonna, have a nice little evening, the two of us. But it was a really good movie, and like absolutely made me cry by accident. What was that movie? Grave of the Fireflies. Highly recommend it. But I decided that, I mean, obviously I need to show this movie to my mom because like it's really good, but I completely ruined it for my mom because because there are certain things like at the start of the movie that just had me bawling, and I was just crying throughout the whole thing. So like oh, but yeah, I'm never watching that movie again unless I somehow like meet someone that hasn't seen it and that I think, you need to watch this movie. I know, is that a Ghibli movie? I want to say yes, but I'm not actually sure if it's a Ghibli movie. It is an anime. I'm not completely sure if it's a Ghibli movie. No, it is, isn't it? Oh, yes, no, it is. It is. Yes, it is. Google it. Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so I'm probably never gonna watch that again. And then there's two movies that make me cry that I do still keep watching, but those are exceptions. Any other movie that's like really sad, I'll watch it that one time and then never ever again. I do not watch movies for being sad. I watch movies to have fun and escape reality. So, emotional movies, not my thing. They can be seriously good, but I do not wanna. I do not wanna watch them more than once. Okay, what are those movies I need to know now? You're gonna laugh. A popular reaction to finding out what other two movies make me cry is laughing. I'm not sure if I want to say.
Surprisingly, it feels good to get that one out my chest. I was a
Oh.
little afraid you'd be angrier. I didn't tell you earlier than today.
No, that would be unreasonable. Of course I am, but that's a given no matter what movie you say. I mean, true enough. Yeah, true enough. It's the Guardians of the Galaxy. And Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Especially that last one. But yeah, I cry in the first one as well. Which is quite the feat, because literally 3 movies have made me cry to this date. Other movies have made me very, very emotional, but yeah. With the mother? The second one, yes. Oh, at the beginning? No. Later in the movie. Because the beginning of the first one with the mother. Yes? No. Later. Ever seen the Pixar movie Up? I have. Once. A very long. I don't actually remember it very well. But I know that there's like a short with the guy and his wife that's really, really sad. I don't think I've watched that. I don't actually remember Up very well though. Is it actually in the movie? I don't remember. It's been a long time.
I'm not angry. I'm just
Oh
surprised.
boy.
You didn't look like it. I wouldn't have
Yes,
suspected.
yeah. It's at the very start. Oh, okay, right, yeah. I don't remember it very well. I'm gonna be honest.
I suppose that's how it often is, isn't it? We all have our, what's the word Becca uses? Inner demons?
Yes, we all have inner demons.
But this is something personal to you. I understand why you'd rather have a few people know.
I mean, yeah, it's a traumatic event. You wouldn't really want to talk about that too much anyways, I suppose, not unless you've come to a point where you're fine with that. I watched it in the cinema with my mother, sister, and aunt, and all of them were bawling their eyes out. Yeah, that was me during Guardians of the Galaxy 2, because I was completely unprepared, and I was the only one, because I was with both friends and family in the movie theater, and we were like a big-ish group. I was the only one just absolutely sobbing. It was actually quite, when Mary Poppins goes out? Mary... Huh? I... Where does Mary Poppins come into this picture?
That too. Well, these past few weeks haven't been easy for you. I didn't want to add that. Not after last night.
Oh, yeah. Something passes in her face, brief, fleeting, and disappears right before I can recognize what it is.
You okay?
Yep, no worries. I'll be fine.
That remains to be
Look,
seen.
About last night. Never mind. This isn't a good time.
Yondu? Oh. Yeah. Yes. You call him Mary Poppins as a joke and he accepted. Yep. I'm gonna say a word I don't usually say on stream. But what is it he says? Does he actually say that? Or am I just about to swear unnecessarily on stream? But yeah, I'm Mary Poppins, y'all! Oh, I love Yondu. Anyways.
But don't lose sleep over this, alright? What's important is get what you want to say out. And if you need me, I'll be here.
Oh, now I kind of want to watch Guardians of the Galaxy. Welcome back, Kelly. Hello. Okay, I understand crying in Volume 2, but I can't remember anything in Volume 1 that would make somebody cry. Well, there is a thing near the end with Groot. That's a bit sad. Anyway, it makes me cry pretty much every time. Well, actually, no, it does make me cry every time. Not as much as Volume 2 makes me cry, but I do shed tears. So, yeah. But yeah, Volume 2 is like ugly crying. So that's a step above. I should be relieved. Her words are more reassuring to my ears. There should be some comfort in hearing those alone and knowing I have another person to rely on if things ever go bad. But somehow I find myself worrying more for her instead. I'll make another attempt to get the story out of her if I can, but this is a dance I know all too well, and with her, I doubt forcing her to say something would yield any results. As much as I want to imitate Ash, there's only so much I can ask that won't result in something a little over disastrous. Well, he does come back, so true. Does indeed. Ever cried at a game? Not this far. Not that I can remember, anyways. But the food I just cooked, maybe I should have starved. Why? Is it not good? You wanna cry at a game? What game would make me cry? At best, she'll stop talking to me until a week passes. Uh-oh. It's awful. Oh no, Kelly, I'm so sorry. Valiant Hearts. Huh. Put that in the suggestion box and I'll check it out, because I will forget unless... I know someone a few streams ago, someone recommended a game to me, and I was thinking about it a couple of days ago, and I was like, what was that game again? I have absolutely no idea. It already is, but if we get back. Oh, okay. It's a game about soldiers in the Great War. Oh, okay, right. I mean, that actually makes sense with the title of it. At worst, I'd rather not risk it. I've never seen her angry. We never pick up a rifle or anything. Okay, right. Outright annoyed, maybe and often directed at Ash, but never furious. What did they say again about the happiest people when angered? Besides, it'd be unfair to her after our little chat.
Oh, food then?
I want to use an actual weapon and it makes it quite amazing. Oh. It does sound interesting, yeah. I'm gonna have to... Well, if it's already there, I've probably already checked it out. I would imagine. OMG, he offered food. He did. She seems a little relieved at the brisk change of subject, and as if it has been simply waiting for its cue all this time, her stomach rumbles at the mention of food. Rather loudly, as a matter of fact.
Alrighty, Missy. We're going to get some chow now.
You know what it means when a boy offers food, he's hungry. Yeah, that sounds about right. If I offer food as well, it's usually because I'm hungry. It's kind of the way it goes. You're hungry, you want something to eat? Let me make some food. Let me go do some cooking.
Better be quick, though. Can't have your stomach starting a revolution on us here.
No, we don't want that at all.
Don't make fun of me. I'm not that hungry.
Aren't you, though? Aren't you? I want soup now. Soup is good. What kind of soup?
Maybe a little. I didn't think I'd end up skipping dinner last night.
Ah, yes. No dinner.
And now we have one starved stomach protesting. Sorry, it'll be nothing fancy, since I'm a little low on stocks.
Yes, no stock soup is no good. Anything Japanese. Oh, yes, anything Japanese is good.
I should probably drop by the grocery store after the meeting this afternoon.
I mean, if you don't have stuff, yes,
I
probably.
can make a quick run for you if you want.
Nah, I've got enough to put together something nice here.
Maybe. And not slimy. Why would soup be slimy?
I could always improvise if we're missing an ingredient or two. It ain't like we're going for a Michelin 3-star status here.
Why are you aiming so low? Why not go for 5 stars? Isn't that as high as Michelin stars go? Have a lot of slime in Asian food. Huh. Interesting. Some like it, I don't. I've never tried it, I don't think. I didn't have anything slimy when I was in Japan.
Also, didn't I say you're a guest? Is this a Filipino thing? Or just Rebecca rubbing off on you?
Why not both? The soft laughter that comes from her doesn't quite reach her eyes. The answer is neither. Because if she stays idle, she'll remember.
On second thought, I might need a little help slicing up the potatoes while I prep the ham. You up for that?
What? Do you think instant noodles are all I'm about?
Probably, it does seem like it.
I'll have you know, I can cook a mean paella with my eyes closed. All my siblings love it.
That doesn't sound safe. Like, that doesn't sound safe at all. You should not cook with your eyes closed. There's nothing worse than agreeing to eat the recommended dish and then feeling like you're gonna... Oh! Yeah, that seems a bit... Oh, I've got pictures of these, like, little... me and a friend, before, like, university in Japan started up, we were traveling around in Japan a little bit, and we were at this market, Nishiki market, and they had, like, little octopuses, like, actual little octopuses on a stick. And I've got a picture of that. I've got a picture of a lot of things. But yeah. That was kind of fun. I don't know. It was neat. We did not try that. But it was neat to see that that's actual things, you know. Because it's strange for us weird people from Norway, you know. It was just interesting.
Sure you can. Come on. I think I know what we'll do with those spare
Sorry,
ingredients.
Jay. Uh-oh. Oh gosh. Despite the massive effort to keep the mood light with small chatter, cooking ends up being a mostly quiet affair. Between us, the consistent clapping of the knife against the board and the muffled noise from the television I left running, words have become surprisingly difficult to string together. Thankfully, he's not here. True. Not entirely unusual. We've had moments like this before, but definitely unnerving with how things are now. I really wish someone else will come knocking at the door. As pleasant as this is, breaking the ice or keeping a conversation going has never been my forte. That has always been Isabella's or Rebecca's department. I know Kelly heard something different after the word clapping. Huh? Wait, is this? No, but it's very close to... It was very close for a moment there to Nothing Else Matters, wasn't it? Like the music? Dum dum. Like this part, that's very close to a part of Nothing Else Matters. Is that just me? Mundle is horny again. Mundle! Sometimes ashes, although most coming from him on border on awkward or embarrassing. That I can believe. Speaking of the guy, he never did call back, and I'm willing to bet my entire yearly salary that he fell right back asleep after that call. Oh, guess who's at the door?
Sorry, Bella. Could you...
Yep, I got it.
I was busy eating
The potatoes
crisps.
are almost ready, by the way.
Oh,
I
crisps
turned
are
down the heat
good.
just in case. You might want to check on them, though. Hold on, I'll be right there.
Oh, we're Bella now. But like, she has a completely different skin tone when it's the little picture and when she's the big picture, doesn't she? I swear.
Sheesh, wait up. If you keep rapping at the door like that, you'll break it down. Ash.
Oh, good. You're awake.
Yep. Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey. Ash has already welcomed himself in when I take my eyes away from the oven. He's never really been keen on the notion of courtesies after he's warmed up to you, this guy. All 13 of my locks, he broke can attest to that. Oh my gosh, I hope he's paying for them then. He's a good fellow though. Maybe a tad bit standoffish at first glance, but he's trustworthy. Is he? If he's breaking into your house, does that make him trustworthy? Emo boy, girl, genderless blob of meat. What does that mean?
Don't you have work today?
Oh gosh.
I could ask the same of you. Hey, Z-Man.
Yeah, Z-Man.
Hey, something came up? You need to drop the Z-Man. It's getting old.
He is not gonna drop the Z-Man.
Sorry, I got caught with something at the precinct on the way here. Had to attend to that first before things got out of hand.
It's driving me insane that I keep hearing what I keep thinking is like the opening of Nothing Else Matters. This music needs to change. It's driving me insane. Because it doesn't, like, the thing that's driving me insane is that it starts off correct and then it moves wrong. And in my mind, that's just, why is it doing that? Because I expect to hear the rest of it as Nothing Else Matters. And I'm not. This is not satisfying. And now sing it. Okay, right. I'm guessing it means Nothing Else Matters. I've seen boys that wanted the name Ash, but I have close friends named Ash who are girls now. Yeah, I think Ash is a pretty popular name for both, actually. It seems to be. I don't think I know the lyrics by heart. Yeah, no, I don't. Do I? Actually, Oh, no. Actually, I probably do. It's good to have them anyways. I'm not gonna pretend this is gonna be good, because I have no idea. Anywho, Let's go, I guess. So close, no matter how far. Couldn't be much more from the heart. Forever trusting who we are. And nothing else matters. Never opened myself this way. Life is ours, we live it our way. All these words I don't just say, and nothing else matters. Trust I seek and I find in you. Every day for us something new. Open mind for a different view. And nothing else matters. Oh, it's that song, yes. That song. Is it just me? Am I nuts? But like, dum dum dum. It has a bit of that in it, right? I'm not completely delusional, am I?
I'd tell you about it, but you know how it can be with those kinds of things. Later, maybe.
And you're here because...
I didn't remember the song. Oh, it's one of my favorite Metallica songs.
What? I'm not allowed to say hello?
It's been a while since I heard it, though, unfortunately.
I doubt you're here because of that. And you're not answering my question.
Yeah, you're being evasive, Ash.
My bad, my bad. Forgot to mention that. He called earlier looking for you. Rebecca's worried because you didn't come home last night.
Can I have her sing the rat birthday song? I don't know if I know that. What's the rat? Like, hang on. Is that a thing? I need to look this up. The rat birthday song? Is that... Remy the Rat Brother. Oh. Oh, it is a thing apparently. I have no idea what it is, but it is a thing. Listen to this. I'll have a listen after the stream. Oh, sing me an English song. What shall I sing?
You could have called my cell instead.
Okay, do it with the rat song? I've no idea what it is. I can't. Wipeout. Hello, hello. Welcome. How are you doing? It's a long and complicated story that makes no sense. The song is the interesting part. Ah, gotcha.
You weren't picking up.
Did you get to see the chaos induced by Mundle? Oh, no, I've not watched the stream yet. But I will. Make sure you have the background music helps set the mood. Ah, yes, of course.
Anyway, I'd really hate to cut this little get-together short, but I need to be somewhere else.
Oh no, the blue cat has replaced the red cat with a D20. I mean, naturally enough.
Come
I'm
on,
guessing...
Isabella, let's get you home. I'll drop you off on the way.
I'm guessing you did something in the campaign yesterday. You were in chat giving the DM ideas, exactly. Also, you have that sing me a song, but I can't sing the song. It's not possible.
Wait, we're going now?
What about food? We've made food! He lightly clasps a hand on her arm and begins ushering her out of the apartment, throwing a casual wave at me as they pass. But they haven't had breakfast yet! Ash! What are you, an animal? Let them have breakfast! She's hungry! Ah! What? Isabella, on the other hand, doesn't appear too fond of the idea. No kidding! She's waiting for food! She cooked food! And sure enough, before they can even cross the threshold, she puts a firm foot down, the force alone enough to halt them both and catch the taller man off guard. I don't know, Space Oddity? Oh, yeah, sure. I have a song. Well, if Mundle wants to know. Also, Wipeout! Can you hear a little bit of Nothing Else Matters in this song, in this scene? Like, there's a part that just really... YouTube links don't help me, Kelly. You need the title of the song. It would have made for a funny picture. The way Ash almost crashes into her and Isabella giving him an indignant pout over her shoulder. Cypress Hill, Insane in the Brain. Oh, I have no idea what that is. I cannot sing that. There's no way she knows that one. There is no way I know that one. Oh, Space Oddity. Let's find... The Gar has a touch of it. Yes, yes, exactly! I'm not delusional. I'm not insane. I'm not. Oh, yes. I knew it all along. Oh, 2. Oh, for the entirety of Space Oddity? Or then make it the whole one. Yep. Gotcha. Okay. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. Commencing countdown engine song. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door. And I'm floating in a most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Though I'm past 100,000 miles, I'm feeling very still. And I think my spaceship knows which way to go. Tell my wife I love her very much, she knows. Ground control to Major Tom, your circuit's dead, there's something wrong, can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear, am I floating round my tin can, far above the moon? Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Oh, lucky me, I'm gonna have to remove some spider webs, and I think it has eggs. That's lovely. Yep, that's fantastic. When people are shipping Zelius and the big old fellow you haven't met yet. Oh, interesting. You have to do the guitar solo with your mouth. Air guitar time. No. We can listen to the slight Nothing Else Matters. in this. We'll have that. The very slight guitar solo of Nothing Else Matters. If only I have my camera with me. Dang!
What is it?
Zach cooked something.
Well, you helped.
If it's just food, I'll get you something on the way back.
Oh my god. Why is he so insistent on them leaving immediately?
But the food! It's Zach's cooking. Real delicious food that actually tastes like food. At least stay and have a bite, please.
Yes, need to have the
Help
food.
me here.
These two. Whenever they're in the same room, sometimes it feels like herding a group of unruly kids instead of talking to two mature adults. Now Bella's him son Zach. Wait, does Nath even know what Era was up to in the meantime? No, I do not. Not yet. But I will. I like her mind. Yep, I like where this is going as well. Food is good. Frankly, if I didn't know any better and I have an overactive imagination, I'd say there's something going on. The time they wasted arguing could have been used eating. Exactly. Oh, these people so time inefficient. It's really bothering me though, because I keep expecting it to move forward as Nothing Else Matter, and it just goes nowhere. Oh, it's upsetting me. Never mind how utterly impossible that idea is, or it might just be me reading too much into things like always. I can already hear Ash's laughter if I so much as suggest such. This, however, I cooked up a feast.
I don't know about you two, but I think you guys should really stay. I've already made enough food for all of us, and it'd be a waste.
I'm guessing relationship with up with Isabella, but down with Ash. Let's see. Oh no, I went up with both of them. Okay. Interesting. I was expecting it to go down with Ash just because, well, he wanted to leave. But okay then.
Why, I cooked up that special honey glazed ham you two keep on yapping about. Got some scalloped potatoes with onions and cheddar to go with it too.
For breakfast? That sounds more like... I mean, isn't that kind of heavy for breakfast? Ah, you know what? It's yummy. Who cares? The oven timer dings. I shoot the two of them an apologetic look before sauntering over to the kitchen, mittens in hand. I almost said sauntering over to the kitten, mittens in hand. Yep, that's breakfast. Really? Well, food is food. I don't really mind either way. A sweet smell of the glaze and salty tang of melted cheese wafts through the air as soon as I open the door and take out the 2 trays inside. You did say kitten. Look, I can saunter over to kittens with mittens on as well. It just means that if I try, you know, cuddling the kitten, they can't bite me or, you know. Okay, now I have to imagine teeny tiny Nath riding a kitten. No, you do not. Oh, by the way, Wipeout. Hypothetical scenario here. If, shall we say, I would roll persuasion on Mundle and Kelly that I am not teeny tiny, how high would I need to roll a d20 to pass that check? How high would I need to roll to convince them? Hypothetically, of course. There's no actual real life application of this. Completely hypothetical situation here. The scent immediately fills the entire room, and even with the door and windows open, the mouth-watering aroma lingers. Why is the door open? Why have you not closed the door? It's appealing enough that when I put the dishes down on the counter, another starved stomach protests loudly, followed by a burst of laughter. Oh, did his stomach growl this time? My head snaps up at the two of them, and I can't keep back the smile at the sight they make. Considering they're devoted to this belief, it would have to be an extremely hard roll, 18 or above. Well, fantastic. Thank you for absolutely nothing. I'm not upset at all. I rolled a 14. It wasn't good enough, okay? So fine. They have not been persuaded. Oh. I actually like Mundell's math better then, because he said 15. Although I didn't actually pass that either, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I told you I was being generous with 15. You actually did, yes. And you were right. Oh, but you also said that Wipeout would roll in my favor, and he didn't. We should bring Avian or Medicine for a second opinion. I'm not sure I trust Wipeout. At this point, I'd say they're religious zealots. I mean, yeah, I kind of see the point. I'm gonna be honest. I get you. Oh gosh. Ash is the more composed of the two, trying to look unconcerned, but a flush has crept up his neck and cheeks. Default? What? It's clear whose stomach that came from, and Isabella's not going to let him live this down.
No place to reject an offer of free food, Frey.
No, why would you reject free food? It's free food.
I wasn't rejecting anything.
You were trying to leave without food, which is a ridiculous notion in any case. Like, have the food. It's what Crusaders back then used to scream. Ah, gotcha. Right.
Damn it, I just missed a meal, that's all.
Oh, you sure did, didn't you?
Aw, he's flustered.
Aww.
Shut it! Those guys at the precinct said it was urgent. Somebody has to be responsible for it.
Are you responsible for anything? You don't seem the type. I still also, like, I cannot associate this with Inspector, Detective, or Detective Inspector, whatever his title is. I don't know what it is. I just cannot associate this with that title. I don't know if that's just me or what, but I just know.
Well, aren't you precious?
Aw, he is precious, isn't he?
Right. You know, if you keep laughing like that, you'll burst.
No, not likely. I've been laughing like this for ages, and I'm still okay. Oh my god, what do you mean?
I'm sure it won't be as bad as your stomach suddenly rumbling like a starved.
I'm just dead from the zealot thing and the 18. Fair enough. Yeah, you got your point across.
Play nice.
No one's on my side anymore.
Ash, you gonna stay?
Might as well, since Scaredy Cat's so hell-bent on staying.
Ah, yes, I'm sure it has nothing to do with you being hungry as well. No. You're back. I need to get food and calm down. Sounds like a good idea. Enjoy food. Achievement unlocked, a hearty meal. Ah, we're all on your side. You just have yet to realize that you are on this side as well. It's true, I have yet to realize. The DM is on the side of the good story. Conflict makes for a good story. I mean, you're not wrong. We eventually settle down after the food has been served, the jibes replaced by another round of friendly chatter, mostly about what's on the news the night before. There is, however, a conscious effort to avoid mentioning what's currently on the headlines. The dead is never a good topic to talk over food and polite company, this case in particular. The wounds are too fresh too soon. I'd like to avoid it as well if I were in her position, and someone I personally knew passed away in a gruesome manner like that. Though perhaps the closest we got to broaching the topic is when the infamous mansion is brought up again. But even then, we are careful, Ash and I. We keep the conversation light and avoid bringing up her late business partner. It's the least we could do.
The rights? Yeah, they're planning to move in soon. In fact, they already have a housewarming party planned.
Yeah, they do indeed, don't they?
It's why they wanted us to rush the papers. They wanted to send the invitations out as soon as possible.
Yep, for the murder house.
Oh, now I get it.
Get what?
Remember what I told you last night about the new clients?
Vaguely? Sorry, I was a little out of it yesterday.
Do they all just also have, like, food scattered on their face? Like, these people are grown people. How are they so messy eaters? Says the girl who once mashed ice cream into her nose, but that's different. That was coordination going wrong.
Was it the photo shoot?
I guess maybe that's what all of these three are suffering from as well. Although Ash doesn't seem to have food quite as much around, well, his entire face as. You know, I'm not gonna judge. Who am I
It's actually
to...
the one you sold. Ermite, something.
Huh? Oh, right. Oh my god,
When
building.
you put it that way, I suppose it makes sense why my boss wants me to prioritize the couple.
Probably, yeah. Rich people. Big mansion. Haunted house type stories. Urban legends. Murders. Death. What else do you need for a good story, really? Well, house party, I guess. Well, house warming party. Yeah.
They can have those
It's fine.
documents rushed at just a snap of their fingers. And they're more influential than I initially thought.
Indeed.
And I guess my boss is expecting a lot more from this project than I expected. Hope I can live up to it.
Ah, you'll be fine, Z-Man.
Your photographs are more than good enough, Zach. You'd probably win an international award if you let yourself.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Exactly.
Ma'am Hana's easy to please too, as long as you're good at following instructions.
What more could you need? I mean, also the murder house, but you know. That aside. You called me.
Easier said than done.
Oh
Different
no.
clients have different tastes after all.
Still,
True
a
enough.
week? I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, it seems to be
Now
possible.
that you mentioned it, yeah. They wanted everything finished at the earliest. To be honest, it's not unheard of, but
But it's still weird.
Isn't it just? He is definitely investigating Luke. I'm sure of it.
Still weird, yeah?
Yes, it is fishy. I agree. A slip of the tongue. Still barely noticeable to someone who's already familiar with Ash's ways, yet in this moment it's impossible to miss. I shoot him a glorious glance, okay? I shoot him a curious glance, but he ignores it. Rather pointedly.
I can't exactly say it's like that, where I'm just the middleman after all. As much as I want to comment on it, I only know what's on the surface, not the in and outs.
Kelly's a rock and roll fan. Who isn't? Probably only the first two, but rock and roll is great.
It's just that BRC and my boss are more hands-on with the legal stuff this time, despite having a separate department dedicated to it.
Maybe Mr. Wright helped with it too. They have their own legal team for this, don't they?
Well, they should have one. Especially for a big property like this.
Indeed. Do you listen to Led Zeppelin, even some Pink Floyd? Good bands, yeah.
They have,
Absolutely.
but like I said, it's off our hands. Rose and I don't handle this stuff in the office.
Isn't that a shame?
Anything to me. This just means I'll be able to send the rest of the funds to Papa's treatment earlier.
Oh no. In my head right now, it's just, God gave rock and roll to you. Why? Why would you mention rock and roll? Oh no. The more I listen to all this, the more I realize that I know no bands at all. Ah. Shame on you, Mundle, says the girl who's, well, woman, who always just kind of doesn't quite know anything about songs. Comfortably numb. Oh, yes. In my head. I don't know that. That's like the third or something time, isn't it? I should probably look that up if I can ever remember. So that next time I can actually say, oh, I know that song. But everyone knows that one. Apparently not.
guess that makes a whole lot of sense.
Zombie.
Officially
Oh.
for instant noodle diet, aren't we?
Yeah, I don't know any zombie song.
Ash, has anyone ever told you that you have an uncanny way of ruining the mood?
Uh-oh.
What? I was just saying. A few more months of stuffing your face with those, and I'm sure you'll start to look like a noodle cup.
Probably. Then again, mostly listen to hip-hop. Oh, interesting. I listen to some hip-hop as well. Although I'm mostly probably rock, metal, alternative rock kind of thing. I updated my Tinder profile to say, let's face it, the nerds won the war. I feel like I should know that reference, but I am afraid I do not.
That's a pretty picture.
New quest match with Wipeout on Tinder. Ah, yes, good. Let us know when that works
At
out.
least I don't live off convenience store food. Or make poor, unassuming pressure cookers explode.
Ash made a pressure cooker explode? I mean, I can see how we could make it happen, but I feel like that's slightly unusual nonetheless.
What? How did you... Oh, come on, Zach.
Z-Man, why would you rat on Ash? My first hit was a girl who smokes weed in colors, and that's it. Oh. Actually kind of sounds like Kelly.
Sorry, it just came up while we were cooking earlier.
Ah, did it?
Impressed, Ashton Frey. You even made it to the news.
A one-time thing. And it wasn't as big as you seem to be imagining.
Oh, sure. Let's all pretend that one time you almost set my apartment on fire didn't happen too.
Well, now, I mean, now, let's not judge him too hard. That can happen to anyone, okay? Your second girl is about to eat edibles and lift engines out of cars. Oh, that is no, an engine lifter. Well, yeah, that makes sense.
That was an accident.
Yeah, accidents happen. Like, let's not be too harsh on him.
You were making a salad, Ash.
Okay, let's be a bit harsh on him. There's no fire involved in making a salad at all. How could he possibly set anything on fire?
Please move on to a different topic.
No, I kind of want to know more about how you almost set fire to an apartment making salad. A thing that very famously has nothing to do with heat at all. It helps. The casual talk, the harmless teasing, the mundane story is interesting enough to let time pass unnoticed. By the time lunch ends, the shadows are no longer at the forefront of my mind. If it's the same for Isabella, for whatever troubles her, I can never tell. These things, the anxiety, the fear, they ain't easily seen, ain't easily forgotten after all.
You go on ahead. I've got a few things I need to ask Zach.
Ah, yes, let's talk to
I'll
Z-Man.
be downstairs in a minute.
Oh no, it's the... Reminds me of my first serious girlfriend. A fire alarm went off in an apartment complex. Went upstairs and found this 90-year-old lady put a frozen pizza in the oven without a pizza pan. Oof. Yeah, that'll do it.
How sure are you
Oh,
I won't
no.
be driving away with your Shirley?
Do you have the keys?
You don't even have a license. Do you even know how to?
Yes, actually.
Papa taught me how. I'm probably a better driver than you. See you later, Zach. Thanks for the food.
Always has to have the last word, don't you?
Oh no.
You're welcome. I'll send you the recipe for the potatoes tonight.
A grin is back on her face when she leaves and closes the door behind her. For a little while after we're left alone, Ash goes wholly quiet, listening, waiting for her remaining footsteps in the hall to fade. The earlier amusement is gone from his face, replaced by what I can only describe as trepidation. I know that look all too well. When he's like this, he's expecting shit to go... He's expecting a shit about to go down at some point
That
soon.
wasn't very nice, Ash. What was that with Isabella earlier? You're usually subtler with your questions.
Right.
They hired you.
Hired me who? Don't change the subject yet. What's really going on here?
The Wrights. Luke and Hannah Wright. You said your next gig is with them.
Oh yeah, it's definitely about Luke.
Is that what this is all about?
Yep.
Just be careful around them. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to that couple. I'd rather you stay as far away from them as possible, but you're already here. Isabella's their real estate agent. Seriously, of all the people in Luxburn.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
Okay. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
He nods, clamps a comforting hand on my back, and turns to leave without another word. He's never been good with those. More often, he fumbles with what he wants to say, but his actions alone are enough to tell me how grateful he is for the trust. He reaches for the knob as soon as he gets to the door, but doesn't turn it. Instead, he looks back and gestures with his head towards the table. I don't need to follow his line of sight to know what he's going to ask about. He's likely taken a notice of it the moment he entered the
You
room.
back on those? I haven't seen you taking them in a year.
Yeah, I kinda had to. It got worse after the film fest. Dreams
Zach, no.
I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Oh no, Z-Man, don't give up.
Heard about that. Don't drop it though. You don't want Becca scolding you. She actually enjoyed the movie you made, and she's hard to please.
Well, okay then.
Consider that a small victory.
Yep.
You don't have to tell me. She already did. Rebecca and Bella both gave me an earful after I said the opposite. Promised them I wouldn't, but you can never tell.
Well, I mean, I
Hopefully,
guess,
once I
yeah.
feel better, I'll be able to think about it properly.
Ash is the first to make a good point about that. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Speaking of Bella, she didn't open up to me, but maybe with you and Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll try. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, there's a song. Something, all I'm asking for. What is that? Oh, that's gonna bug me now. Oh, gosh. A mild draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. A low note flutters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde Mansion, H. Wright, 11 a.m. for luxury living. After Ashen's warnings, they all hold a different meaning now. Mushroom pizza, oh, yummy. Pizza, where did my mind go? I'm making pasta. Mushroom pasta, maybe? All I'm asking for is you? Maybe? I don't remember. The next 2 days rush by in a blur, altogether leaving a collective mess of work suddenly piling up and new unexpected acquaintances, or friends? Depends on how you look at it, really. Either way, I'm stuck developing these photos at 3 in the morning to reach a deadline set by an overeager art director. Don't get me wrong, Julius is good, has a vision, and knows what he wants, but damn, he can be too enthusiastic sometimes.
Doesn't matter when you couldn't sleep anyway.
There is nothing new in it, of course. After years of working as a freelance photographer, it's simply something I've grown used to. Get to know people, build a client base, do good work, cash in some late hours if need be. Rinse and repeat. It certainly takes a while to get some footing on the field, but it's the kind of thing that pays off in the long run as long as you keep at it. Give it enough time, you might add up with big names on your client list. Names like the Wrights in particular. I never did pay much attention to them, but it's virtually impossible not to hear about them when a local news channel or paper has something to say on their name. A party here, an acquisition there, sometimes it's a new business venture, other times it's the everyday gossip that typically follows popular people like them. Not in a million years did I ever imagine I would end up working for such a high-profile couple. Rinse and repeat is what I always say too. Yep, it's how it goes, isn't it? Hello, EXO, welcome. How are you today? And between that and the fuzz that comes with it, it leaves me no time to ponder over whatever happened to Isabella or why Ash is so adamant that we keep away
You
from
do
the pair.
seem like the good folk, though, despite the whole fame thing.
I mean, okay. Interesting statement because, like, why does fame. Why is that a despite thing from them being good? Can you not be a good person and famous? Okay, I had to go and I'm supposed to relay this message. Bye! Gonna go do the test now. Have a fun time. Bye, Kelly! Congratulations on the test. No, good luck on the test. It'll be fine. So we'll say congratulations in the end. We now have physical proof I am magic, so what I say goes. So yes, it will be congratulations. She's already gone. It doesn't matter. I'm still saying goodbye. Sure, there was a rumor running around years ago about him being involved in some business scandal, but just like every gossip blown out of proportion by the media, nothing came of it and eventually simply died down. Much is definitely left to be said for the husband, but I doubt a woman like Miss Wright would pick him if he doesn't have any good points at all. No, I don't think he has any good points. I think she was just stupid and now she's been brainwashed or whatever, and well, who knows. Miss Wright, Hana herself, though. She ain't particularly bad the way the press makes her out to be. The tabloids had it wrong, that's for sure. For someone born with a silver spoon in her mouth, well, she ain't exactly what I was expecting. Not stupid, just smitten. Yeah, there's that, I suppose. I mean, she just picked the wrong person. Because he is just an absolute... Ugh. And she doesn't deserve that. Like, he doesn't deserve her. She doesn't deserve being... How should I put this nicely? Exposed to someone like him. Although now she's just... Yeah. Something happened. Among other things, the newfound friendship is what I least expected from her, but here we are. Although with a life as public as the Wrights, no wonder it's the woman who often gets the crappy end of the stick. Just shoot somebody, no matter who you hit, someone is gonna be out of his or her misery. True enough at this point, yeah. There's a lot of misery to go around. I can't help but feel sorry for her. She's a real nice person when given the chance. Heck, she might even have ended up friends with Rebecca and Isabella too if they weren't living worlds apart. Probably. The beep quickly pulls me back before my thoughts can travel any further. In one practiced motion, I carefully place the wet print I'm holding on a drying rack and amble over my makeshift darkroom to get the last photos from the water bath. Inside the converted broom closet, the film processor lets out another soft clack before going on its standby mode. At its mouth, the lone photograph sits on the tray, barely visible with the lack of light. It's the last one for tonight. No, it's the last one tonight for the set Miss Wright requested. I don't usually make this habit, giving away stuff, that is. It's bad for the business, no matter how well-intentioned or generous you are. This exception, however, she did treat me well and was a pleasant companion throughout the shoot. Even if she didn't ask, I would have probably given her a few prints just for the hell of it. Miss Wright ain't such a bad subject matter to begin with, and maybe this is just me, but for someone who has everything at the palm of her hands, all the money in the world, a loving husband, yeah, sure, and plenty big mansion to call home, she's lonely. She doesn't just appear like it. It shows in the tone of her voice, how she moves, and certainly in her smiles, always hidden behind the glamour for the world to never see. Sometimes people like her, small things like these helps, a little reminder that the world can be kind too. Water drips from the paper as I blindly pick it up and gently lay it on another tray, holding a decent amount of photo flow. A few seconds under the solution is all it needs before it's ready for drying. No good rushing this last one, even if my body's already screaming for some decent snooze. My hand fumbles for the light switch, moving towards it with familiarity while I fish for a squeegee among the mess of tools on a drawer with the other. The bulb flickers twice before its glow settles and casts a soft light in a tiny space. When I glance back down, squeegee in hand, ready to finish the process and finally call it a night.
What on earth?
Oh. Uh-oh. Her head is gone. Blurred and distorted beyond recognition, rather. Oh. The area completely smudged over, leaving no trace of the same sweet smile the good woman carried in all the previous prints.
Damn, that was too careless.
No, it's still there. I mean, it's still there. It's just not, very shapely. I mean, the head is still there. Just a bit of dirt. Yeah, I just gotta brush it off a bit. A common mistake to make, of course, if one is negligent enough to pick a newly processed photo in the dark, like I apparently did. It has happened before, loads of times actually, but I still can't help but feel a small pang of frustration over one mistake a newbie would likely make. With a sigh, I reach for the switch again, intending to develop a new one from scratch.
Could pass off for one of those supernatural pictures they show on TV, though.
Yeah. A memory clicks. One cursory thought in the sea of many, and a short yet distinct second from the day before. A glimpse is all I got, but it's enough to burn the image in my mind. There was a shadow. Oh. A woman. In her 20s or early 30s, maybe? But with how far gone her flesh alone has become, it's not possible to tell at first glance. The skin itself has already taken a sickly pale colour, rotten in most part, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion on her body. Bony hands grip Mrs. Wright's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath like a vibrant shade of scarlet. Oh, look, brain, yuck. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes.
Zachary,
Looks like spaghetti. Well, now you've ruined spaghetti for me. No. Not for me, but for Mrs. Wright.
Zach, is something the matter?
Oh no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all.
Indeed.
Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
I want some garlic noodle now. Interesting timing, but sure. The memory alone is enough to make me retch. I brushed it off then. A trick of the eye, I told myself, or a product of the heat. The weather has been unexpectedly warm recently, so it shouldn't be too surprising for such things to happen. And, well, blaming this on the usual fatigue, an overworked brain, the weather, or an amateur error on my part is far more convenient. It makes a whole lot of sense than what the small voice inside my head whispers. The same tiny voice that only makes itself known when something is a foul. The same one that lent a curious ear to Isabella's worries about the mansion. And with each second I spend staring at this photograph, the murmurs in my head only grow louder against my ears. Garlic bread, garlic pizza, just garlic. Oh. Someone has to know. I mean, Ash doesn't really believe in this stuff, but why would Look at this photograph. Every time it always makes me laugh. How did our eyes get so red? And what the hell is on Joey's head? This is where I went to school. Da-da-da-da-da things to do. Okay, I'm showing the photo to Ash, even though that's probably completely just shut me down. Now look at this graph. Garlic phone. Oh. But garlic would be tasty. I mean, it's the reason I could never be a vampire. Yeah, same. Garlic is too good. Just not vampire friendly at all. Ash will give me flack for this. He will. I can already hear what he's going to say about this the moment I bring it up. Hell, before he even sees anything, I'll wager. The guy is a skeptic through and through, and it'll take more than my account for him to even consider this. But when you've been there, seen something enough to raise the hairs at the back of your neck and leave you wanting to flee or hide, what do you think is the least of my concerns? I'm no hero. That's a title best reserved for someone else. Still, this'll help him change his mind. It's worth a try. And internet gone, be right back. Take your time, Mundle. I'm sure they make vampire-friendly synthetic garlic. I mean, if so, then yeah, sure. Sign me up. I can be a creature of the night. I mean, I hardly go out in daytime anyways. I don't particularly like it. I get hives. I'm allergic to the sun, so, you know. Maybe I am a vampire, actually. Anyways. Isabella's gone and done the same thing, didn't she? Outside, the sun is yet to rise. I've still got a few hours before dawn. Good enough time to mull over how I'll go about this with him. Plenty of space to check if I'll get the same result if I redo the process again. The film processor hums back to life at my touch. The light switch gives out a soft click, and darkness embraces the small closet again.
Somehow those urban legends don't sound so silly now.
Indeed, eh? I'm okay with this. Oh, good. Sometimes I wish Ash would make himself easier to find. 24 messages, 13 phone calls, and 1 visit to his flat later. I still have no idea which rock in Luxburn he went off to hide under again. The guy has his own place, but refuses to stay in it. Has his own phone, but doesn't answer any of his calls or to give any indication he's gotten my messages. Most of the time, he'll just show up at my front door. Sometimes in the middle of the night, complaining how uncomfortable it is to sleep at the back of his car. As if the old couch in my flat is any better. Nothing new from him, though. But a bit frustrating, really. There's the police precinct, of course. But then again, he's not there most of the time either, and if that's also true for today, he's likely out on another stakeout. There's nothing much to do for me but to wait if that's the case.
Just hope I'm lucky enough today.
You can suck my blood, I'll give you a straw. No, thank you, I'm a vegan vampire if I am one. I do not. No blood, no thank you. While Luxburn is a relatively peaceful city boasting a low crime rate, its precinct stays abuzz with activity. I don't know how I inject words that aren't in the sentences. Where are these words coming from? As soon as I open the glass front doors, murmurs come from the people waiting in the lobby welcome me. I mean, we're talking vampire here. There's nothing that makes sense in this world. Officers can occasionally be seen shuffling in and out of the rooms, greeting civilians with casual smiles and a polite nod. I'm just changing that sentence, yeah. Some, though, look a little worse for wear, like the receptionist, who looked at me with much disdain the moment I arrived. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him today. Before I can even step in, Ashton's voice, though low, comes from the hallway adjacent to the lobby.
Not even for just 1 minute?
Oh.
No. The case was dismissed, remember?
Oh.
You were the one handling that case.
And I come back to that. Welcome back, Bundle.
If you want access to those records, you've got to ask Chief. I was taken off it before shit went to hell.
Nice.
Why do you even bother? Even Professor Clark seems to have given up on that.
Well, you know, not every one of us can give up on every little thing. Some of us actually want to try to do things, accomplish things, get things done in a way that other people just don't.
Well, Never mind, you won't understand.
Right. I know you owe Professor Clark a lot, but the right guy isn't just someone you mess with. They've got the money. Who knows what else gets swept under the rug with them involved?
Good question. Good question indeed.
That takes a special kind of ignorant not to know.
And a smart person to know which boundaries he can't cross. You're a bright guy, you'll figure it out.
Well, maybe.
In any case, I've got to get going. Another missing person case on my hand. Benjamin on the front desk looks like he's about to maul someone after the fourth one yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that seems like it would help the situation.
Murders, people missing. What a time to be alive. Man, I miss the old Luxburn.
What a time to be alive, indeed.
You and me both. I'll see ya.
Makes me think
Gotta
of
go grab some lunch.
the old man in Futurama. He notices me first as soon as he enters the lobby and pauses. Confusion briefly crosses his face until I fish out the phone from my pocket and wave it up. Frowning, he pulls his own mobile out, wordlessly fiddling with it for a few seconds before sighing heavily. There ain't any annoyance in him when he glances up, though, only mild exasperation and what might be a hint of amusement.
Stop taking pointers from Isabella. This is gonna get old soon.
Why
Just
not?
use your phone properly.
It's an alarm clock, a good note-taking device, a halfway decent camera, and maybe a music player too. If I'm being nice.
Yeah, it doesn't work for calling or texting or anything like that. Communication has never really been, the whole phone device's main thing, has it? Ridiculous.
What else do I need it for?
I don't know, keeping in contact maybe?
Obviously not, Z-Man. Do you not hear what's going on here? When he merely shrugs, I know I've struck a chord. He's far from holding a piece of technology in contempt, of course. Ash has always been nothing but practical from the start, and technology is useful. Only when he gets too focused on one thing like a case he's handling, he tends to forget there are other things around him. A little reminder and a nudge in the right direction can get him a long way.
I've got an email on that social media site the girls roped us into joining.
That doesn't make any sense. Also, you've got an account before any of us had one.
For policing purposes?
Okay.
Anyway, why are you here? I thought you have something scheduled today. Or was that yesterday?
That was yesterday. Look, about that. There's something I want you to see.
Yeah, this is gonna go over well. He stops me with a tap on my shoulder, walks past me straight to the door, and gestures with his head towards the very irked receptionist when I raise an eyebrow in
Over
question.
lunch. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and Benjamin there doesn't really like loiterers around here.
Yeah, who would like loiterers? Loitering should be illegal. Wordlessly, I follow after him, but not after sending the poor guy behind the table an apologetic smile. As expected, he takes a seat in the farthest corner of the cafe, a good way from the window, but easily allows a view of who comes and go. Secluded enough not to be disturbed by the lunch rush hour or be overheard by a curious bystander. If I didn't know this is lunch he invited me to, I would automatically assume I got dragged into another stakeout. After years of knowing him, though, this has simply become one of the many habits he's gotten used to. Food arrives minutes later. That looks like pastry for the most part. Wait, that's... Is that latte art of Ash? Like... Actually, that looks savory, doesn't it? It looks like a quiche or something. But is that latte art of Ash? Because if so, a slice of their vegetarian quiche for me, meanwhile Ashton has opted for a cup of coffee plus a gracious serving of...
cake for lunch?
Ah, yummy. He shrugs and then proceeds to dig in without even a hint of remorse. I mean, why should he have remorse? He ordered the thing because he wanted it. Frankly, it's like seeing a child get his Christmas present early.
Don't tell Becca. I'll get an earful.
Why? Is she your mother? Also, again, what's with these teeny books? Those are teeny tiny books. Teeny tiny. Oh, no remorse needed, exactly.
It's just for today.
Ridiculous.
You should listen to her, though. The kind of work you do, you'll need to eat something other than sweets.
I mean, presumably he does. It's just that right now he wanted cake.
I don't want to see you drop dead in front of my apartment again.
I'm more impressed by the fact that he's dropped dead at your apartment before, and yet here he is. Oh, Ash is the ghost. There's no point in playing the rest of the game. We've already solved it. He's the trouble.
I told you, just this once.
He's the ghost.
Have you been hanging out with Becca lately? You're beginning to sound like her.
Nah, just for some recipes. But she has the right to worry, you know? It's like she's taking care of two kids. One bitches on sweets while the other on cup noodles. At least Bella knows how to cook.
Yeah, and not set fire to salads, I would imagine.
Hey, I can at least boil something.
You can't make a salad without starting a fire. How are you boiling stuff safely?
Wait, that's easy, right? I mean, you just put water in and...
Yeah.
Don't even think about it. You destroyed your own kitchen once by sticking a pressure cooker on it.
Ouch. I just came back from bad internet again. Why is Ash me? Is Ash you? Oh, Ash died in front of Zach's apartment once, so obviously he's dead and he's the ghost, and we don't actually need to play the rest of the game. But we will anyways, just to, you know, be sure.
I think my sister is a whole lot better than you. And this is coming from someone who has no other choice but to eat her cooking for some time.
Uh-oh. What do you mean he died once? Well, probably not actually died, just... Did it happen a second time? No. Zach was like, I don't want to see you drop dead in front of my door again, and so I made that into a big thing. He probably just means, you know, collapsed out of exhaustion. Or something to that effect, I would assume. Hate will be too strong of a word to describe how Sis and him usually interact whenever they're in the same room. Though, whatever appropriate word it is, I can say with most certainty that the feeling's mutual for both. Ash thinks she nags too much, while Sis thinks he's a trouble magnet I should stay away from. They're both technically right on their assessment.
How's your sister, by the way? Still bullying white guys?
What should I say? She's married to one now. Yeah, she's...
You do
I'm
know
assuming
she's
that's
married to one now.
correct. So... Oh yeah, Ashton liked that. Good. He likes that his sister married. Okay.
I hope she doesn't end up poisoning him with her cooking.
I'd call him the kettle black.
Ah,
She
yeah.
can't be better than me.
You set fire to salad! Anyone is better than you!
Actually, she is now. They're planning to start a restaurant sometime in the future.
I was bedridden for days after eating some of the stuff she whipped up. And now you're letting her cook for other people?
I mean, she probably did that on purpose.
Don't exaggerate. It was just for one day, and you're the one who refused to leave your apartment. You should come by though. Sis gave birth a few days ago. Girl,
Ah.
I've only seen the pictures. But I might visit sometime after everything's settled down. Too many backlogs to go through for now.
No way in hell. She'll just find something to criticize again.
Just don't have something criticizable. You know?
Last time, it was Shirley.
Oh no, not Shirley! Oh, Ash, you poor man. He makes a show of being utterly mortified, though I'm quite sure he doesn't mean any of that. He might not say it straight out, but I'm pretty sure he's enjoying the small visits whenever he can. Something about it reminds him of his own family, sort of like making up for the one he never got back after his parents separated. Sore spot, that one topic. One thing he never ever brings up in any conversation if he can help it, and I've never seen the need to be nosy. There are some wounds you're just not meant to open, and for the both of us, the sentiment goes the same
As if
way.
you ain't already on a shit list. You're just afraid of her.
Good for her, indeed. Shirley's better than Charlene. I don't know, Charlene seems rather fancy. Like, Charlene can go underwater. Can Shirley? I mean, Shirley can go underwater, yes, but can Shirley also move out of water is the bigger question.
In your dreams. But I'll think about it. Can't just drop this thing at the moment.
Yes, no, you're too busy investigating Luke. Exo, what are you doing? His change in tone is subtle, but his aggravation over the matter hangs completely palpable in
Still
the
no
air.
closer?
The opposite, actually. There's been some slip-ups here and there. Careless mistakes, and let's just say I'm waiting for him to make another one.
Let's hope he makes one soon. I don't particularly like him, so I'd be very happy if you'd just get your claws into him.
What about you? How are things on your end?
All piled up on top of the other. But I can manage. Still recovering from the expenses for the movie, so the surge in new projects helps.
Well, now that's rude. Why would you kill me?
Well, there's this one thing.
The expression on his face grows more puzzled with each photo I spread on the table. There's about 8 of them, all of it reprints of the same thing, Miss Wright's distorted head on the photos. He takes a minute to go through each, eyeing the prints warily. The furrow on his brow doesn't ease when he gathers all of it into one pile and sets them in one neat stack in front of me with a heavy sigh.
Hana, right?
Yeah. How did you...
The locket. She never takes it off.
Well, never say never, Ash.
Evan's family heirloom.
What exactly is that emote, actually? I can't quite make it out. I won't even think about asking why or how he knows that. If he's investigating them, he'll likely have already dug up every unimaginable dirt on them, including family history.
With your work with them?
Yesterday, yeah. It's just a small feature for a magazine. Interviews, photos, standard stuff, nothing big. But see, here's the thing. I don't know how else to put this out there without sounding crazy, but there really is something odd with that place.
Yep, there is.
Remember the letter?
He drags in a breath, reaches up his nose and pinches it. Like the action alone will help grant him all the patience in the world to continue this conversation.
Please tell me this isn't about that again.
It is.
No, Ash, you've got to listen this time.
I am listening, and I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. These are some blurred out photos, and that letter is just a stupid prank. I expected this from Isabella, not you.
Ash.
You're the photographer here. I don't see any need to get worked up over this.
I know what you mean, but will you hear me out first?
Ash leans back on his seat but doesn't say anything further. He gestures for me to continue with a wave of his hand, impatience clearly on his face. Any other person telling him this and he'll walk out without batting an eye. I suppose the only reason he's giving me the benefit of the doubt is because we know each other.
Ash, I don't easily buy into these things as much as you do. Yesterday, though, behind Hana.
He blinks at that, his eyebrows lifting momentarily before settling into a deep
Hana,
frown.
Since when were you on a first name basis with the right missus?
Oh.
Why does that even matter?
I thought you said this was just a gig.
His voice stays level, but the accusation in it is clear as day. It hits a nerve in me somehow, more than that tone usually does. I do get where he's coming from, but... Oh no, is something happening to Zach as well? That's not the point here. It's really just a gig. It's really just a gig. Oh, okay, good. We've almost maxed out friendship with Ash. Patience can be a tough thing to summon at times, but we didn't get this far as friends if we let our if we let our own tempers be the lord of us. That's disturbing. Anyways.
Bro, it's really just another freelance work.
He eyes me skeptically, the same stare he reserves for people he interrogates. I've been on the receiving end of it before, early in our friendship. Years later, he's already got the unimpressed police look pat down. No, don't pat. Okay.
Hey, there's nothing going on with me and Miss Hana. She was just being friendly. Insisted I call her by her first name. That's all.
I hear nothing else matters again.
I wasn't implying any of that. You're not that sort of guy.
I know, but let's just get that out of the way. The just-in-case elephant in the room scenario, aight? She's a married woman, Jesus!
Not with the image she presents in public.
Oh?
No, but trust me, she ain't any of the things the tabloid writes about her.
Like I read any of those.
I know you don't, but keep it in mind, will you?
Will do. Though I can't promise she'll get off scot-free if she's involved. Man, without your acting, it feels like I'm doing a solid for your girlfriend.
Cut that out, will you? And I'm not asking you to. Besides, what's currently going on here is more important.
All right, lay it in.
Recounting everything takes the better half of our lunch, but he manages to listen through the entire thing without a snide comment. A feat in itself, actually. At the end of it, Ash merely nods, takes out his phone, and excuses himself. Off to a far corner of the cafe for some privacy. If you can even afford to have such a place as public as this. He returns out in a little while and hands me a small card. University of Luxport, Andrew Clark, PhD, Professor of Psychology and Ethnography, Department of Psychology, College of Humanities and Sciences. What is wrong with me today?
I can't stop you if you're willing to believe in this crap. Give this guy a call. You're better off talking to him than me.
Oh,
He's
thank
at the
you,
public
Ash.
library now if you want to catch him there. He used to be my professor back in the university.
Yo ho.
No, I don't think that's...
Go on. I already gave him a heads up. You know I can't help you out, man.
He gives my arm a tap and walks off, mumbling about checking back how things are at the precinct. I don't see his face when he leaves, but I know this is his own little way of helping out despite what he doesn't voice out. Actually, maybe going to him was a good idea after all. Of all places, it never crosses my mind that I'll end up wandering into the public library today, considering I rarely ever visited. Somehow, there's always been this kind of disconnect between me and books in general. Sure, some of them held my attention in my youth during the brief times of the day I was left to my own with nothing to do. I went through the whole of Grant's collection, as a matter of fact, read them all twice or even thrice. But they never did hold it for long, most of it never even sticked. Especially after I learned it's simply easier to do things myself if I want to learn stuff. This ain't the plan in the first place. But after Ashton went through the trouble to contact the professor, I can't just ignore it. Nothing but quiet greets me inside, though. Not the typical mum one would associate with the library, but akin to a hush prior to an impending trouble. Or perhaps I'm just overthinking again. I really like to think I'm just thinking too much about this, that this is the lack of sleep talking. Regardless, apart from a group of students murmuring in a corner somewhere, the place is free of its usual visitors. All while my footsteps echo in a manner unsettling enough to raise the hairs at the back of my neck. Much to my relief, it does not take me long to find him, being the only occupant in this side of the room. I actually almost streamed Hades today because I was like, do I want a comfort game or do I continue with scary games? And I was like, for a very, very long moment, I was kind of like, comfort game was winning out. But then in the end I figured, yeah, let's continue. Professor Andrew Clark. I've never personally met the man, but Ash has spoken highly of him several times. In fact, he's Ash's go-to guy when something's troubling him with a case. My steps are unsure as I approach. At any rate, he greets me with a warm smile like a grandson he hasn't seen in a long time. Besides, we make it fun. True. Very true.
Ashton's friend, I take it. Zachary.
Oh, sorry,
You'll have to
sir.
forgive this old man if I don't get your name right.
Oh, no, you got it. It's Zach. Zachary Steele, Professor Clark.
He gestures at the empty seat across the table while he returns to his books. The next couple of minutes pass in relative silence as he continues to read and take notes from the pile he's accumulated on the table. Maybe I should have taken a book first before heading here. But before I can even get that far into the idea, the professor clicks the book shut and sets it atop the stack next to him. He wanted to do a month of horrible. We're keeping you to that goal till you cry. Well, we shall see. I have actually been wondering if I want to do Alien Isolation after the letter and then Resident Evil 3. I might do a poll about that in the Discord. I'm not sure yet. Hello, Sam. Welcome. How are you doing today? Hello. But yeah, I've also been wondering if I should alternate games like I have been doing with these two, or if I should... No, I kind of like the idea of just going through one by one, actually. Alien is a long one. Just one. Oh, yeah, I know. It's okay. I'm good. How are you? That is very good to hear. I'm good. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that one's really gonna freak me out, so... Although... Maybe I should wait with it because that one might actually be really good to have, like, because even if I don't get it for this October, I do want to get like a heart rate monitor that will, because I have a feeling that one's going to get my heart rate up, if, should we put it that way. So it might actually be fun to wait until I have that. I don't know. We'll see.
Ashton told me you were hoping to get answers from me.
Yes. Yes, I say we save the mental breakdowns for later. Ah, good.
Although I'm not quite sure what I could share, I'll do my best to help.
Yes. Of course, there are a lot of things I want to ask. How do we get out of this mess in the first among tens, hundreds of concerns in my head? But in the presence of someone I barely know, the thoughts won't easily form. He's nothing but patient, however, and with enough time to mull over, a question finally
Do you believe in
forms.
the paranormal, Professor?
Yeah, that's a good place to
It's
start.
supernatural, actually. Don't worry. It's a common mistake to make. But they really are two different things.
Well, how do you know that he doesn't actually mean paranormal?
The
I don't
other
know
one
what the
deals with what
difference
we
is.
can't explain at the moment, while the other are things we may not have an explanation to.
Ah, gotcha. But I mean, it could still be paranormal because just because we can't explain it at the moment does not mean that we're not going to be able to. Or is paranormal the one we may not have an explanation to? Which is
Here.
which? He places a couple of papers in front of me, the very same he was writing on earlier. A study of Luxborn's supernatural culture in a
A
nutshell.
friend of mine wrote that a few years ago. He took interest in the city after reading about the stories.
Uh-huh.
I have to agree with him here. Even stories dealing with things you don't see with the naked eye can be rife with culture, and this city thrives on it.
Right.
Just ask the locals.
Like ghosts, for example.
Like ghosts, I would imagine.
Among other things. The interpretation has changed over the years, though. Various religions, for example, have their own version. It might not always be a spirit now. It could be a memory, or an imprint, an echo, so to speak. Some are born from curses, even, out of great anger, hatred, or pain.
Oh.
There was this one story. Ah, here it is.
Another book is pulled out from the stack and placed open atop the papers while he speaks with such passion that it makes me wonder if some part of him believes these to be true. It is interesting though, even if I'm personally not a fan of such stories. And soon hours pass without my
In
notice.
the end, it asked for something to be sacrificed in order to destroy whatever anchors the wraith. A sad tale, that one. But the simplest grudge can bring the ugliest, even in the kindest person, with some people none the wiser.
Yikes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just went on.
For hours, apparently.
Nah, it's good. Are you familiar with the Ermengarde Mansion, though?
Of course. That goes without saying. Who hasn't heard of the local legend?
There's one other person in the library.
In fact, you aren't the first one to ask me about that recently. Although, word of the mouth is, someone has already bought it.
Yep. Someone has indeed.
Ah, yeah. The right couple. It was a close friend who handled that sale.
So I heard. Well, don't think the house being bought by anyone would stop us from talking about it.
No, probably not. I mean, I imagine the house being sold actually would probably make people talk more about it because suddenly someone's been insane enough to buy the murder mansion. Go figure.
What is it about the mansion, then?
I just want to ask what you think of it, sir.
We're going to need more than an afternoon for that, young man.
Well, what does your evening look like, sir?
You see, it's the kind that has changed over the years, passed down from one person to the next. Sometimes, it's the Lord William who haunts the place. There are versions where it's the lady of the house, but my favorite, a personal favorite, would have to be the ones that followed after the disappearance of the kind daughter.
Oh.
Well, what about these then?
There's a moment of hesitation on my part before I pull out Miss Wright's photo and lay them all in front of him. Unlike Ash, though, the professor inspects each print with great interest. That gives me some hope, at least.
When were these taken?
Just the other day. Do you think those are the same?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. There were certainly instances when the film would pick up what the human eyes weren't able to see.
Oh,
But then, it could also have been human error.
indeed.
I didn't edit it in any way. You have my word on that, Professor. They all just came out like that.
Then, if it is what you're thinking, I'd strongly advise against doing something reckless and further tangling with them. Accounts about them may be
Indeed.
riveting to you, but most of it often ends in an unpleasant manner.
That sounds like a warning as clear as any.
What about those people in the house? If there is something in there, shouldn't they know?
You'd
I'm
think
sure they're
so.
already familiar with the legends, but
Some people might deserve it, however.
Oh,
deserve what?
oh, sorry. All of a sudden, the tenderness in the professor's eyes disappear, his face becoming unreadable. As though catching himself, he hastily clears his throat, gathers his books, and rises from his seat.
Professor?
I'm sorry. I just remembered something I neglected to do. You'll have to excuse me, Zachary.
All right. Do you need any help with that?
Don't let my looks fool you, son. I can still carry a few hundreds. I've been doing this for years.
Is he... Okay, you know, no, I'm not going to question it.
I'll see you some other time if you have any other questions.
Surely he's not carrying, like, a few hundred books. Nor, surely, can he be carrying enough books that they weigh, like, a few £100. Like, a few hundred what? Pages? Because, I mean, that one, you just need a book, normally. I mean, an average book, at least. I guess.
Of course. It was nice knowing you, Professor.
He doesn't hear it, however. In a few short strides, he's out of the library, leaving me and every piece of this whole mess amidst the oppressive stillness. Oh no, there's actually 2 people in the library. How nice. Despite the answers gleaned, more questions surfaced. If there is even a single way out of this, I hope we can find it soon. The moon is well into the night sky by the time I make it back home. My heavy treads and the sound of traffic outside echoes in my ears, filling the empty room with some semblance of life. Nana would scold me if she ever hears me walk like that, but after today, I really can't give a damn about everything. The mattress creaks under my weight as I unceremoniously flop down on it, and I find myself looking at the paper under my grip. An invitation and a request to cover an event, the Wrights' housewarming party, tomorrow evening. If only it were that easy, but it'll give me a chance to talk to her about that thing in their house. With a sigh, I let my hand fall to the side of the bed along with the invitation. I'll think about it tomorrow, when my head ain't muddled with thoughts of a headless woman and the haunting smiles of a ghost. Belatedly, it occurs to me that the last meal I ate has been the one with Ashton. And an empty, gnawing ache makes itself known, but I can't bring myself to stand up. Welcome back, Mundell! Today was a complete waste of time and, frankly, a disappointment. I don't like this. The lack of certainty, the disquiet, the lack of stable ground to stand on, the part where I do not know what will come tomorrow. Ever since that damn letter, everything has been thrown out of the loop. I wish everything stayed the same. Routine would have been so much easier to make sense of than this. Closing my eyes, I let the noise from the streets below lull me to sleep. At the very least, that's one thing that hasn't changed. October 29th. The melody carries into the hall long before I cross the threshold, solemn but gentle and soothing, a reminder of what home is. Pa's firm but meaningful gaze, Ma's wistful smiles, the warm rays filtering through the eaves at sunset, the distinct smell of wet earth and leaves after a long day's rain, and our room. The room. Ma and Pa's pride and joy, a place we once promised several springs ago. Yet it won't stop.
No, wait! Come back! I'll be good this time! Please don't leave! Please stay!
Oh, Zach. The floorboards are cold under my feet, more than it usually is, the walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Further and farther the room goes. Ma's singing ceases and Pa. I can't hear Pa. Not above the raucous clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting, soft melodies. There's only the blinding fear. But when the light breaks, her skin has already taken a sickly pale colour, rotten in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion on her body. Bony hands grip Hana's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes. A scream ripples through the air. My whole body feels distant. Every limb heavy with lead, all unable to move at will. Not even so I can wipe the beads of sweat forming at my temple. The rasping of my breath easily fills the room in the wee hours while I force it back into sitting rhythm. And definitely Exo's type right there. Ah, yes. It's Spaghetti Head again. Oh no. There's a tightness in my chest I can't shake off, my heart pounding against it as if it's about to burst out. Something cold has settled in my legs. Not the usual chills that comes and goes with the passing breeze from the window, but one strong enough to sting, shackle, and leave a frigid sensation creeping up my skin. With every struggle I make, the pressure winds firmly around my legs, tighter and tighter and tighter, until it all becomes too much. My heart stops. Another draft sweeps into the room and brings with it the iron tang of blood, thick, suffocating, filling my nose with a foul, sickening smell as I shift my gaze downwards, and it slowly comes into view. Mouth stretched in a hideous smile and eyes brimming with nothing but madness. Oh no, Zach! The stench of gore taints the air around me and I can't look away from it, her, from the terror and death of her uncanny, twisted features alone scream. I try and open my mouth to shout, to ask for any help, but my voice has left my body altogether. All I have is the painful realization that no kind plea will ever save me from her. Then suddenly the bed dips. Ah! Oh, that was creepy. The brutal plunge back into myself jerks me awake. There is no ear-splitting scream, no wild thrashing of limbs, just a painful, constricting awareness that something has wound itself tightly around my neck. Seems like she has a foot fetish. Uh-oh, that's the real terror for Zach, is it? I need to go get my types as liable to go against our Christian Minecraft rules. Oh gosh. I waste no second pulling a blanket away, but allow myself a few minutes to steady my breathing before getting off the bed. Inhale, hold, exhale. One step, 2 steps, 3. But the dreams have gotten worse ever since 2 days ago. No longer are they the small cursory flashes that I'm used to, but vivid ones that linger. I can still feel the blood in my hands, the putrid smell of rotting flesh, the sickening crunch of bones breaking with every movement, and her cold, chilling eyes as they bore into me. I draw in one long, ragged breath, and before I know it, I'm walking out the door. Even in the waking world, it reeks. A bench on the park is far from the most private place for thoughts in Luxborn, considering its location at the heart of a bustling city. Anyways, it's time for me to get up and do some stuff before I have to go to work. Oh, have a good time doing your stuff and have a safe trip to work. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, EXO. Have a nice day and a safe and good trip to work. I hope you have a good one. But in the early hours of the morning, it provides enough peace and quiet for any poor problematic soul who happens to wander here. The city is just waking up a little later than usual. Wait, Nath, can you see that last emote on that one? There's just one emote? Isn't there? But knowing what day it is, one can't fault it for being a little tardy just this once. Yet, neither the pleasant morning chill nor the soft twittering of birds does anything to banish the images. Every single one of them has rooted itself in my head, its claws digging deep in what is no longer a safe place to hide in. Yeah, that's not creepy at all. It used to be easy, finding some pretense of peace under the guise of sheer optimism, following regular routine. Now? Now I don't know what to make of it. Sometimes it's easier to run, easier to hide when everything's falling apart. That way, you don't have to be the first to witness it when it does. It worked when things went bad with the movie, after all. It also worked when Ma and Pa were taken from us. Maybe it really is better if I just... Oh, achievement unlocked. Hello, mister. The heart. Can you see the heart? Yes, I see the heart. The tiny voice gives me a pause. When I look up, a little girl, maybe about 6 or 7, is peering at me. Two wide eyes overflowing with what can only be the natural curiosity one typically sees in children. I vaguely note that Saint Goretti uniform she's wearing before returning her greeting.
Hey, kid.
Kylie.
You should not be talking to strangers, Kylie. Although Zach does seem to be a good one, so that's okay. So you have better TTV? No? Isn't that just from like a phone? Like a phone emoji? Because no, I don't. I never installed it or, well, did anything about it.
Kylie?
Yeah, I can't see that.
That's my name.
I mean, obviously, Zach, come on.
Mama said it's rude not to call people by their names.
Well, you said Mr. and not his name, so... It's a better TTV emote. Yeah. Since then... No, she then flops down on the empty space beside me. Her little legs still too short to touch the ground, swinging in tune with the song she hums under her breath. I don't mind kids. Nana would often invite the ones in our old neighborhood to give them treats. Of course, by then Sis and I were both too old to play with them, but you get used to the commotion eventually. It's not completely as unpleasant as most people would imply. Kylie seems to be a well-behaved kid anyway.
Oh, so nice to
Oh,
meet you, Kylie.
sorry.
Is
I accidentally
Mama
just
here?
kind of went past there.
No, but my big brother's with me.
Who's your big
He's
brother?
taking pictures with his camera over there.
Is he now? She points to the far end of the park, the one closest to the streets where a kid is taking shots of something above him. Doesn't look to be birds because all there is on that side of the park are buildings.
What's so interesting with the tip of a building, though? I'd take pictures of dogs if I were him. They're cute.
Dogs are cuter than buildings, I
Do
agree.
you have a camera too, mister?
Yeah, I'm actually a photographer.
Mama said I'm too young to get a camera.
Aww.
I'm sure your mama will eventually give you one.
I mean, you do seem a little young. That hair looks way too big. It really does. Like, she would topple over from the weight.
But won't you be late for school like this?
It's not good to be late for school. Also, I bet she's gonna die. I don't know why, just a feeling. Oh no.
They're on time. Rowan promised Papa. Aren't going to be late. It's sports day. So it's not good if you keep looking like that today.
Oh.
If it ends up raining and we lose, it's your fault.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Alright, I'll try not to upset the clouds today, kid.
Is it because you're sick, mister?
Before I know it, a smile has spread over my face. They say kids ask the toughest questions sometimes, and they sure do with how sincere Kylie looks. Lying feels like I'm doing her a huge disservice.
Not sick. Just having a very, very bad day.
Why is that? Is that like when my big brother ate all of my pudding? He did that once and then cried. It wasn't very nice of him.
Yes, Kylie, exactly like that.
Yeah, I think so. You see, there's this mean girl. She's giving my friends and I a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you don't
Hard to
say.
keep up when things are like that, you know? Especially when you can't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of scary. Makes you wish things will just stay as peaceful as they used to be.
Yep.
Maybe she just
As
wants
peaceful
to be
as they-
friends with you.
I mean, it's a possibility, but she doesn't seem all that friendly.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
She already hurt one of my friends.
What if she's just sad? Or maybe she just wants help.
I have considered that as well.
That's what happened with Melody. I let her borrow my crayon when she left hers.
She just needs a hug. Yeah. I mean, if she went about it in a better way, she probably could get a hug.
Now we're playmates.
Oh, that's
It's
nice.
not really the same thing, Kylie. What she did, they're pretty bad things.
Yeah.
I still think there's another reason. Did you try talking to her? That's what Mama said I should do.
I don't think that'll work.
But I mean, you don't know if you... unless you've tried. Her head would pop off. Does kind of look like it, doesn't it? And you can just switch it to another, like, doll body. Because that's kind of like, you just... and then, you know. Meh.
You haven't even tried yet. You sound like Rowan.
Well, maybe Rowan's right sometimes.
You're just scared, mister.
You would be too if you saw a dead woman chasing you and lying in your bed and, well, being creepy. That strikes a chord. Maybe it's the honesty in her tone or simply the truth in the words itself. I don't know why, but I can't help it. I laugh. Loud enough to disturb an elderly couple taking a leisure walk nearby.
Why are you laughing?
That's nothing. You're a really smart kid, you know that?
That's what I've been doing in it. Go full speed ahead, then backtrack when the going gets tough. Stay in my safe zone because that's what I know. Once, Dr. Navarro said I should be the first one willing to deal with my problems before anyone else. I didn't show up at our next appointment after that. But he's right. And though I hate to admit it, knowing what I've seen, but the kid makes a good point too. I've been so caught up in thinking there might not be a way out. Maybe there isn't one, or maybe there is, but that doesn't mean I should just leave it up to fate. Aren't spirits supposed to be humans before too? Had people they care about lived a life of their own, smiled and laughed like the rest of us does? Do they really lose all of it after
You
death?
better get to school, though, or you'll miss sports day. You should have won yourself some awards, alright?
Alright. Can I show it to you when I do? That can cheer people up, right?
Yeah, yes, strange girl. In the distance, her brother calls for her, and I took that as a sign to leave. Got things to do, to face. The first few steps, they say.
Nah, I'm good now, I think. Thanks to you. Besides, Mister needs to go. But you should show it to Mama and Papa. I'm sure they'll be proud of you, Kylie.
I will. Thanks, mister. Bye.
I give her a little pat on the head before heading my way. A small gesture of thanks from a stranger she didn't know she might have helped. She may not understand now, even though at such a young age she already has this understanding of things, but maybe when she's older, when the world no longer seems too big for her.
Aren't you going to help me, mister?
Oh, that's
With
creepy.
what?
Confused, I glance back. Whatever cheer our little talk brought has vanished under the shadows, suddenly dancing in my eyes. This frigid air has most definitely not how the morning chill should feel like. Bitter, stinging, unwelcoming. And the kid...
What do you think, mister? Are you going to help me?
Oh yeah, that's
What do
creepy.
you want from us?
The response never comes, however. Because when I blinked, gone.
Hello? Mister? Are you okay?
For several passing seconds, I let my stare linger on her face, waiting for any sign of another change. But all that remains is still the carefree smile of a child, none of the spite, none of the cold, bloody smile.
Nothing. I really need to go, Kylie. It was nice meeting you.
Pod, hello, welcome! Stab the child is the first thing you see. Ah, makes you feel at home, doesn't it? So where was I? I appear to have joined at a bad time. Ah, par for the course here. Ah yes, stabbed a child. Yeah, that seems about right.
You again, mister?
Bye-bye, Kylie. I break into a run. I don't look back, not even as I bump into a couple of passerbys as soon as I'm out on the busy street, going insane. This is what it is. And if we don't do something soon, we all will be. I actually think that's true because that kind of is what happened to Hana. Isabella doesn't seem that far gone yet, but I think Zack is going down that way as well. The tremors follow me even as I get home. I'd hoped a little stroll around the block for a few hours would help. Instead, I'm assaulted with more images of her smile, the loading in her eyes, the stench of gore, the horrid crunch that comes with every movement she makes. Even old memories have been sullied by her, and Ma's song no longer sounds as sweet as it's meant to be. In the end, all I got is a sinking feeling I will never be rid of her image and another ridiculous idea that may or may not even work. The sun is already hanging low on the horizon when I make it back, and for the first time, coming home feels more like a chore. Only, I didn't arrive to an empty room. Because as soon as I open the door, I am greeted by none other than...
Sup, Z-Man?
Oh... I mean, apart from the wonderful greeting from Mundle, I'm doing quite okay. How are you? Oh. Oh, I'm sure you do, Mel. It's just I'm not entirely used to you talking about killing people. Granted, I shouldn't be all that surprised as it's you. True. Yes, exactly. It's fine. It'll be fine. Now I've murdered people I've murdered far less people here than Nat. Might be because she's the streamer, but the point still stands. I mean, he does have a point though, at least as far as we know, because I do stream, but we don't know how much game homicide Mundle has actually done. Yes, but Nath only does it in games. Also, fair point. Yes. Only games.
I told you we should have called him before going here.
Oh, both of them? It is Ashton I see first, sitting comfortably on my couch, munching on a bag of chips with both feet propped up on the coffee table. Whatever proverbial stone has made a home in the pit of my stomach is automatically flies right out the window at the sight of him. But before any exasperation can set in, my attention is taken by the other occupant in the room. Isabella perches on the only other chair in the room, attempting to make herself smaller, it seems, from how closely she's hugging her arms against her. You don't know that. Yes, of course he does. Hello, it's me. Okay, good point, but let's be honest, a small Norwegian lady is a lot less likely to kill than an angry Austrian man. Ah, Pud is a wise fella. I agree with this logic. Nevertheless, she gives me a small smile when she notices my stare. Yet, somehow, there ain't any warmth in it like it's supposed to have.
Zach, sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Did he, or did you just copy it?
Only after you broke the 13th
Ah,
one.
right.
Can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment.
Yeah. I wonder how many characters will survive season 2. Good question. Very good question. We only did that twice, not gonna do it a third time. Uh-oh.
And stop calling me Z-Man.
He's not gonna stop calling you Z-Man. You better get used to it,
I
Zach.
didn't break anything this time.
This time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to.
Well, kinda does.
And, hey, is that my...
Ash smirks at me because, of course, he has the gall to smirk knowing what he did. He pops in what's very likely the last piece of my chip into his mouth and folds the wrapper neatly on the table before throwing it on the nearby trash. From her chair, Isabella shoots me an apologetic smile as soon as the foil hits the waste bin with a dull thunk. Common sense dictates that I should be angry, but after everything, having something normal play out in front of me, no matter how childish their antics can get, I can't bring myself to muster even a tidbit of it. Behind me, the television starts blaring the music for the end credits of a movie. They've likely been waiting for a while if Ash has gotten impatient enough to rummage through my cupboards and watch
Of
something.
course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know. What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food. What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Ash only shrugs at the question in my eyes. I can't be the only one who finds this vibe she's giving off to be odd. And the guy has no doubt already caught wind of
Aye?
it.
Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do. Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She casts a brief glance at Ash, and in an instant he sits up. Every trace of amusement is gone from his face as he clasps his hand in front of him and leans forward. A minuscule gesture meant to ease, yet the grim expression on him tells a different story altogether.
Alright, you two, what's this about? I don't like those looks. What I said was weird. I'm aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not taking it back. Isabella's not the only one here who's seen it.
A short but tense pause follows. They're both stalling. Under normal circumstances, I'd wait. With these two, the more you force it, the more they'll clamp down on it. But as a handful of seconds continue to slip by, the unsettling feeling in me also grows with it. Soon, it turns into impatience. Before I can demand a response, though, one of them finally speaks up. It's Ashton who first breaks it.
I'm not asking you to. No, you're right. There really are some odd things going on here lately.
You don't say!
How is everything with you lately, Zach?
Hold on, Ash. Both of you. Did I just hear you say that? Is this why Isabella's here? Has something happened?
How are seasons actually defined in D&D? Oh, that's an interesting question. How are they defined in D&D?
Calm down, we're just here to check on things. So, did you meet Andrew about the photos?
What photographs?
Said photographs has been sitting untouched since the day I dumped them in my drawer. Isabella grows very still when I hand her the small stack. To her credit, she does not flinch like I'm expecting her to, and flips through each of it in silence. But while her eyes remain strangely calm, her hands have gone rigid and her mouth is set into a thin line. She, out of all people, understands what this means. In hindsight, she should have been the one I approached before Ash.
What did Andrew say about them?
Season in my world consists of a single story arc. Ah, okay. Yeah, makes sense.
It could be one, but there's no guarantee it's a supernatural thing. It doesn't always happen. So, that's a dead end right there. Now that I think about it, bothering that guy for this feels pretty silly now. But with the dreams lately...
That's all? Did he say anything about the damn letter at all? Did you ask him even?
I pause, glancing at him skeptically. I don't know where this sudden curiosity is coming from, but if Ashton, calm, cool, collected, always logical Ashton, takes an interest in this, something or someone must have fucked shit up somewhere. Or the world is ending. Seconds pass. The apocalypse I'm expecting to go along with it doesn't arrive, however.
Yeah, that's really everything. The letter kind of slipped my mind. The photos were more important at that time. There was some stuff about the local horror stories, though. Talked about the curses, and he was really fascinated with the story about a wraith asking for a sacrifice to move on. Kinda nasty if you ask me. But it does make sense if you simply go along with it. I'm not sure how this will help in the grand scheme of things. Why are you asking about this anyway?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait. Stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something.
Oh, what has she seen? We don't
Whatever
know.
this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
Yeah, no, we don't know what Rebecca has seen then.
Are you sure you even have the time? Ain't you busy with your current case?
I got taken off that one.
Oh.
You didn't say you were taken off your case.
I just got the news this morning. Apparently the higher-ups think I'm doing a horrendous job at it.
Yikes.
It doesn't matter though. If these two cases are connected like I initially thought, then regardless, I'm on the right track.
Are you sure we should even be doing this?
Doing what exactly?
There's some place we'll visit after this.
Too vague for comfort, Ash. And please don't tell me you're bringing her with you.
His affirmation comes in the form of a stare, but that alone says all I need to know. What I pointed out gives him a pause, though, and his voice is thick with hesitation when he addresses
You know
Isabella.
what? Zach's right, Isabella. You don't have to come with me.
Oh.
It's not myself I'm worried about. It's you. I'll just do this myself, if it'll get you into more trouble with your superiors. At least I can make up an excuse why I need to be there.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not walking in there without me. Besides, I think it's a little too late to back out now.
How long do you reckon it's going to take them to get into season 2? Oh, we are in season 2 now. Oh, this is season 2.
Have you two seen the news this morning?
No. Anna! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, hello! Hello, welcome raiders! Hello, how was the rest of your stream, Anna? And thank you, Mundle, for shouting Anna out. Anyone here who hasn't already should check Anna out. How are you? Wow, that was quick. Mundle is always quick on the trigger. Oh, how was the rest of your stream? I hope it was good.
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and
Oh.
I was busy.
The change in the air around her, whilst small, cannot have gone unnoticed, and it takes every willpower not to ask. Wait, how is it season 2? Was Plow turning the season 2 star? Oh no, this, like, from the start has been season 2. Season 1 was something, Wipeout and Medicine Ham and, I think more people, maybe Blue, did earlier. So this is kind of the continuation of a story that we haven't taken part of, basically. It was good. I think I'm always done with episode 2, but my brain didn't want to cooperate anymore. Oh, yeah, I can get that. Sometimes it's just too much if you're trying to work it out. Season 1 was Blue, Menace, and Horatio. Ah, yes. Yeah. So there you go. Probably the only thing reigning in my curiosity is the fact that Ash himself haven't brought it up either. Why are you not? Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, thank goodness. Did we miss something here? Okay, so no
problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
He grabs the remote and cycles through numerous... Okay, that's actually where we were. Numerous channels until he gets to the news report about another guy who has been found dead in the early hours of the morning today. Oh. So that was a completely unrelated story. Well, I imagine that that story is kind of the background of what's happening now, but I don't really know. Wipeout is probably the only one who has the entire story. So, how is your stream going? Good so far, I think. We're starting to kind of puzzle things through. I don't know. It was 2 years ago. Oh yes, it has been a while. Burned alive this time. Oh, that's awful. Oddly, no fire has spread and whatever damage has been contained within the place the body was found. The room itself, however, had been completely vandalized. Help me, help me, help me. Another murder, the authorities claimed. Isabella and I knew better. None of us shift even after the report ends, but the room has suddenly felt stifling. Ashton's eyes have gone hooded with what appears to be restrained anger, and the remote in his hand creaks mildly under his grip. The stone is back in my stomach, a tiny little thing gripping at my insides, growing with every passing second as the dread sinks in. In the thick of it, Isabella's voice is the one that breaks the hush. In story, yes, it's connected, yeah. Okay, I need some dinner and water. I'm starving. I'll be right back. Yes, go get food. Enjoy your dinner and water. Good. Oh, thank you very much for the raid again, Anna. Thank you. A small, weak thing on its own that wavers unevenly between words, but every syllable heavy with meaning.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
When it fades, all that's left in the air is her doubt and fear, while all we can do is cope. No problem. I wanted to continue with the murder vibes. Yes, murder vibes are good. I guess. Ah. You can't have too much murder. Murder, yay, right? Absolutely. Oh boy, that's definitely something that shouldn't be taken out of context. Is there something I can say to make her feel better? We can still fix
It ain't
this.
too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here.
No, there were a lot of close calls. I imagine there might be in this season as well. Okay, they both like that. We're almost complete, like, besties. Absolute besties with Ash. Well, Isabella is pretty up there as well.
4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this.
She lifts her gaze at me, her eyes steady and shoulders squared as she holds it against the baffled look I give her. Although in the next second it immediately softens and it takes me by surprise nevertheless. In those brief moments, it's like I faced a different person.
I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
I hope Plown is getting over that close call. You really don't like Plown, do you, Mundle?
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
I cannot explain it, but someone really want to see Plown dead. Yeah, that's apparent. We've noticed. Oh boy,
Still in all,
Plown.
there's 2 extra heads who can do the thinking. Between us 3, I'm sure we'll figure something out pretty soon.
Don't make this whole thing sound like it's a piece of cake to deal with.
It ain't. But better than sitting around, yeah? Plan is still a plan.
A plan is still a plan.
You're going to shoot yourself in the foot one day with that kind of thinking. We don't even know who's doing this. The last 2 murders might just be similar incidents done by 2 different suspects.
Possibly.
Hasn't stopped you from going after them before. Remember that time when you...
Okay, stop right there. There will be no retelling of that incident today, Z-Man. Forever.
Keep calling me Z-Man and maybe I will.
Suddenly, Isabella laughs. Though muffled by her hands, it rings light and easy against the thick tension in the room. Still a far cry from the usual cheer she carries, but brings a welcome shift in the otherwise dreary mood.
Thanks, you two.
I'll tell you about it when he's not around.
Give it up, Z-Man. She's not interested.
Who says I'm not?
Ash makes a face but chuckles at the jest despite
Why am I
himself.
even friends with you two?
And like this, most of our worries ebb away if only for a few moments. They take their leave mere minutes close to sundown, but regardless of the lighter mood, little has been said of their plans, only vague hints of what they're aiming to do after. While it ain't any of my business to know, something about this whole thing still gnaws at me. A tiny passing thought urges me to do something as well. At this hour, the streets are once again busy with people heading home after a hard day's work. Little of the bustle matters to them as they step out the crowded walkway, however. Ash especially. There's only one goal in his mind, and I'd wager there's nothing I can do to stop him at this point. He's probably decided on it long before they made the decision to drop by. But despite this, Isabella lags behind. A worried crease is back on her forehead as she watches Ash leave to get his car.
No, actually, can you check on Becca for me after this? I really didn't get the chance to tell her where I'm headed off to. Tell her I'm okay and no, just that. That's all.
You sure I should skip on that part? If she finds out about this, she'll be angry.
Very possible, I would accept.
I don't really want to deal with angry Rebecca. It gives me a stomachache just thinking about it.
Yeah, fair
Neither
enough.
do I, but I'll handle it if she gets mad. Just make sure she's safe and tell her to be careful.
Will do.
You too. Take care of yourself.
Almost abruptly, she pauses, the gaze in her eyes hardening as she lapses into another one of those long, distant silences from earlier. This ain't just because of the whole fiasco with the letter
I
anymore.
don't want what happened to Rose to happen to you guys as well.
This one cut deeper. Before I can ask about it, Ashton returns, casually swinging his car keys in one hand and gestures at Isabella.
We don't have much time. Shirley's waiting.
Ah, wouldn't want to keep Shirley waiting now, would we?
Who's sure? Oh, right. Don't answer that. I don't want to hear it, you huge dork.
Says the person who gave her stuffed toys names. Batcat? Really?
Wait, that's a movie.
It's cute. Yours is just weird. I'll see you later, Zach.
She spares me another smile, and as I watch her walk off, only now did it occur to me that none of those she gave today ever did reach her eyes. I make a grab for the back of Ash's parka. He staggers briefly before correcting himself and shooting me a confused stare.
All right,
What? Who's okay?
Isabella. She's been, I don't know, out of it today?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did something happen earlier?
The scowl on his face says it
It's
all.
actually been like that this morning. I'll ask, but
Just do me a favor and watch over her. We have no idea what we're dealing with. I
No,
don't know
not
what
really.
happened to her since the last time I saw her, but from how she's been doing today, whatever it is, seems like a pretty big deal. Wait, you didn't annoy her again, did you? Because I swear to God, if you did, you've got another thing coming for you.
what? No. Why would I?
Why wouldn't you
Just
really?
so you know, I already apologized for the one at the movie house. Granted, she deserved more of an apology, but I meant it that time.
I'm just asking. I'll take your word for it. But if you can find out what's bothering her, that'd be nice. Honestly, I don't think it's the letter this time.
I'll see what I can do.
Make sure you keep yourself out of harm's way, alright?
Yeah, you too. Don't do anything reckless again.
Reckless, no. But I can't make you to promise I won't do anything. After seeing that, there's no way in hell I'm going to pretend there ain't a problem when there is. This is
Fair
a really
enough.
big one, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to you guys while I sit here. I'm done running when things get tough.
He's about to argue for a moment,
If
but
things ain't good, I'll be the first one out. But allow me this one thing, alright? Just this one time.
I'm worried for
If it
Zachary.
doesn't work out, you'll be the first one to know. You can laugh then, or berate me all you want.
Yeah, I'm worried about him.
Please don't ask me to step aside like I'm incapable of doing anything to help.
I've no idea if it's a look on my face or the tone of my voice. Ultimately, although his mouth presses into a thin line, he nods.
Alright, stay safe, Zach.
When he stumbles into the sidewalk and allows the afternoon crowd to swallow him whole, I like to think the tiny gleam in his eyes is the closest we can get to optimism in this situation. Whether that alone will be enough to give me a peaceful sleep tonight remains to be said. Night falls, and despite my best attempts, sleep continues to elude me. With her image still stuck in my head, flashing every few moments, it catches me off guard, with Ma's lullaby still echoing in my ears, no longer the soft tune it once was. And that terrible gnawing at the pit of my stomach, it's no wonder I can't bring myself to drift off even for a little while. It's not as if there's a complete lack of things to do while waiting for sleep to come, if it ever will. And at 2:45 in the morning, I find myself cleaning my photography equipment for no other reason than just to pass time. Though, if I'm going to be honest, it's not the night terrors that are keeping me wide awake tonight, but the anxiety and the hope I'll hear from Ash or Isabella soon. And for what's perhaps the 42nd time, my eyes shift over to the end of the table where my phone lies still. I've not heard from them since they left. They haven't promised a call, of course, but a small part of me wishes they would have the common sense at the very least. Waiting is a tough game, and with the concern stretching out the minutes far longer than usual, it's impossible for more unpleasant thoughts not to enter my mind. Moreover, it does not help that when the clock finally strikes 3, my hand stills. Uh-oh. It'll be a complete and utter lie to say my heart didn't leap straight into my throat at that brief second. My whole body has gone motionless, ears straining for any further sounds. A couple of 10 seconds passed. Nothing. Of course, with how old the building I'm staying in, power fluctuations ain't anything new. Every now and then this would happen, leaving a few tenants in a rather bad mood. Nothing unusual anymore after a few years of living here. But this time, the sudden hush brings with it the stillness that raised the hair at the back of my neck and set my heart beating hard against my chest. Something reeks in the air, and in an instant, this place is no longer home. It's a prison. Every rational fiber in my being screams at me to leave. I force myself to swallow and keep a clear head as I lay down all my cleaning tools and begin gathering together the rest of my things scattered about on the table. The camera's body, lenses, filter, diffuser, phone, anything my hand could reach, but in the resulting panic, like in the nightmares, it's the scent that reaches me first, a foul, putrid smell filling my lungs with the heavy stink of death. How have these characters not learned yet that this bloody witch literally comes at night when you're alone? Yeah, you gotta wonder, like, don't be alone. Stick together. My fingers clamp tightly to the camera, holding it closer to my body, as if the tiny thing would provide enough protection to whatever is with me in the room. It won't. But it's the only comfort I have. And knowing that, whoever she is, she had once been human, perhaps not all of that is gone. Perhaps some of it is still there.
I know you're in here. What do you want?
Something moves behind me, a soft scuttling over the walls, followed by the squelch and painful creaking of what can only be rotten flesh and broken bones. Without hesitation, I whirl around, my fingers and camera at the ready, patiently waiting for another movement.
I can help you. Whatever it is that keeps you here, I can help.
Just prepare, get a gun, wait, it's Britain, get a cricket bat, okay, getting the net again. Yeah, catch her in the net. That's a good idea.
You don't have to keep taking people's lives.
There's a brief moment of silence after, and for a short while, I think my pleas worked. Then, with no warning, the shuffling resumes, and along with it are the sobs of a woman. Wait. Is... Oh, no, that's not it. No, not it. I don't... I've taken pictures all around this apartment. Oh! Oh no. Oh. I don't understand what I was supposed to take pictures of. Oh god, I have to do it again. Oh, rip. Boo. Welcome back, Anna. Anakin was staring at me the whole time I was preparing food. Oh, Anakin wanted food. Oh! Okay. The light flashes fleetingly one last time, allowing me a glimpse of her grotesque, misshapen features before it is once again lost in the darkness. All of a sudden, her tune changes, no longer a soft cry, but a high-pitched shriek, brimming with pain, grief, and anger. Every ounce of courage I've mustered flees from my body at the sound, and the next thing I know, my hand is gripping at the knob and I'm wrenching the door open. Her wails follow me as I flee into the night. Pacing has always been more of Ashton's thing than mine. When I want to think, I sit and let the minutes tick by until an idea comes to mind or my pulse settles down. I will not say for food for dogs. Aww. I mean, probably for the best then, yes. He'll get food soon. He was putting on his harness to go on a walk. Oh, walkies are good, yes. And yet, dried leaves and twigs crack under my shoes as I make another pass at them. Okay, relationship? What relationship change? There's none. Terror is too mild to describe what this is. There's no way in hell I'm going back. Whatever she is, pleading won't work. The moment we saw that letter, she's been after
But I
us.
can't run. Not this time.
Uh-oh. Nearly 2 hours have gone by since I left the comfort of my room for the solitude of the park. 2 excruciating hours since I've started making calls. No one's answering. Not even Rebecca, who always kept her phone line open in case other people need her. Or Isabella, who frequently checks hers for any messages and readily responds as soon as she can afford. I wish I pondered how we could make that happen. Aww. Well, he tries his best. It does not help that Ash hasn't said a word from where he went off to as well.
I knew I should have asked him before I let him leave.
Yeah. So, hang on. Where... Okay, so... November 1st is the last date here. Okay, we're on the 29th. Oh, that's also the day when she... Okay, right. Changed her necklace. Okay, we've only got Zack stuff for the 27th. And that's... Okay, right. That's the cat and... Right, Rose's murder. So we're... Okay, we're here, basically. I think that for Christmas I want to buy a set of those buttons that dogs can speak with. Oh! I think I know what you mean. Yeah, I think I've seen something like that. Bunny the dog is the OG, I think. Oh, really? I haven't seen it on cats, but some dogs are extremely good at communicating with those. Very cool. Knowing him, he can be anywhere, but there's really only one place he'll likely be at this time. The sun has already peeked over the horizon when I make it to the mansion. I have no idea what I'm expecting to see when I got here. There's Ashton first and foremost. Part of me wishes my assumptions are correct and he's really somewhere close by on a stakeout, but I've never been the lucky sort when it comes to that sort of kind of guessing. And even after I've made a round of the immediate vicinity, I could find neither hide nor hair of him. Calling him does no good either, considering how awful the signal here is. He can't be too far if he's really here, but if he is, he would have already noticed me by now. Instead, there's only silence, the kind too quiet to find any sort of comfort in. Even the tree seems to have fallen asleep with the rest of the mansion, oblivious to what's happening around it. A small island of stillness in the otherwise fast-paced world. No wonder the whole of Anslem feels at odds with the rest of Luxborn. While the city is alive, growing every minute, breathing every second, and pulsating with life, the village remains unmoving, unchanged. It's not surprising the legend still lives up to this day and why she's still here walking its hallowed halls. And beyond me, the mansion looms ominously. But now ain't the time for fear. Even if Ash is not here, I've still got to let the Wrights know what I've seen, what's in their home, and whatever grievance Ash has with them doesn't matter. Pulsating, you say? Yep, that's exactly it. There might be grounds for imprisonment, but they don't deserve brutal death at the hands of one malicious spirit. And I'm sure Isabella would want the same thing. I head straight for their door without second thought. It takes a few rings, the sound loud above the foreboding stillness before I hear footsteps on the other side.
Only a Nazi would knock at such an ungodly hour.
Well, not quite Gordon Bennett, but sure.
Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Before long, the door swings widely open with Mr. Luke Wright standing behind it. Is it just me or does he have a dark aura around him? Uh-oh. Seething would be a complete understatement to describe him, but is that why they've given him this aura, or is there something else going around? Well, going on. There's probably something going around as well, but let's not talk about that. Like this, I've got no doubt why Ash would find him a suspect.
You? How the hell did you get in here? What in seven hells do you want?
Oh, he really doesn't like Zack, does he?
It's bloody 6 in the morning.
Well, it is a bit early. Fair enough, yeah.
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't.
Well, I mean, there were other things on Zack's mind. You know, you gotta have a little understanding. You absolute knob.
Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep.
Idiot.
Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
Maybe I'll call security on you, huh? How would you like that? Absolute idiot. Now, White Boy has quite a dark aura. He really does. Mr. Wright doesn't know what understanding is. No, he really doesn't. No, he really doesn't. Before I can get a word in, he slams the door into my face and bolts it shut with much finality.
Wait, sir, you gotta hear me out.
That knocking scared me.
You're both in danger if you stay in there. Have you seen the news lately? Everything's not a coincidence.
Only silence answers me. But he might understand the boot. Yes. Punt him. Maybe if it was Miss Wright. Oh, who am I kidding? There are limits to how far a person will believe in you. Then again, I didn't believe Isabella when she warned us. And now I'm here, desperately trying to save people, even if I'm aware it's completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, playing with people's fears, making them feel useless.
You're around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house? Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do?
Because it is the house curse then? I mean, it seems like it. But the spirit does seem to just come around to wherever the characters are as well. So I don't know if it's the house itself or if there's something else going on. But it's somehow at least related to the house because the house is where it originates. That has to be. Or that letter. But the letter was in the house, so... I mean, it has to be connected to the mansion somehow because it is a murder mansion and bad things had happened in the mansion earlier as well. So, yeah, I don't know. Why do people call my house cursed all the time? I've lived here for over 300 years and seen no ghosts. You know what? Fate... Wait, I already made that joke before. You did, but I enjoyed it this time as well, Mundle.
What did they do to you? I can help you, you know? If it'll let you move on, I'll gladly do so.
I don't know if she actually wants help.
Don't have to kill anyone.
I think she likes it though. Nothing. I don't even know who I'm talking to or if a sane person is supposed to be doing that. The only thing I got is a feeling of foolishness washing over me. Snowlight, hello, sing me a song in Norwegian. I have like 60,000 channel points. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, let me give you a Norwegian song. Yes, there we go. It's by a band called Unit 5. It's actually a really pretty song. I'm here a lot. Well, I appreciate it. You're always welcome. Can't I just have the... Okay, fine. Not... Oh, no, never mind. That's not it. I just want the lyrics, please. Is this... Oh yeah, there you go. Unit 5, what happened to the other 4? We don't know. Maybe someday we'll know. But yeah, no, I've had this song, This song has kind of been an earworm for a couple of days now, ever since I misread something Anna wrote. It's a really pretty song. Okay, I'm gonna um, I absolutely I absolutely recommend looking that up on like YouTube or whatever, because it's a very, very pretty song, and I'm pretty sure I cannot do it justice. It's called Vet att jag älskar dig. It's by Unit 5. It's really pretty. But anyways. Vet att jag älskar dig, för Gud är den du är. Och vet att jag savnar dig, jag önskar du var här. Vi kunne bare elsket og ikke tenkt på alt som en gang kunne skille oss, og alt det som var galt. Vi kunne gitt hverandre alt godt som kunne gis, men i stedet for så kranglet vi på små ungers vis. Men vit at jeg elsker deg, for Gud er den du er. Og vit at jeg savner deg, jeg ønsker du var her. There you go. Yep, quite a lot of time indeed. Oh, the best thing is I don't understand a word. Yep. It's this really, really pretty song, though. I absolutely recommend looking it up. It's a wonderful little song. Oh. Oh. Okay, so, or perhaps this is just me losing my mind. Out of other options and any other ideas, I let my hand slide off the door's surface and fall listlessly to my sounds. Sound like Swedish. It is very, very close to Swedish, yeah. Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish are very, very similar. So, like, we can understand each other without, like, having learned the other languages, because there are just, especially Danish and Norwegian, are incredibly similar. But yeah, they're all really, really close. Like, there's enough similarity that it's really not a problem understanding the different languages. So yeah, it absolutely does. I can go back to Luxborn, try to find the others, try to get out of this mess with them. I mean, why didn't they just stay with Zach? Or let them know how much in deep shit we all are. They're all really close, and then Finnish is completely irrelevant even though it's next to them. Yeah, it's kind of funny because Finnish is completely different again. And it's like, you would kind of think that Finnish would also be in the same vein, just because of like the countries, like the way that the countries are, and then, you know, yeah, it's interesting. Both sound good. Either way, my loitering here isn't helping at all. I let the quietness calm me for a few moments before standing up and heading out to fetch my bike. Finnish is more depressed. Oh no. It's quite a distance to Luxburn, but if I hurry, I'll reach it in maybe... The rustling stops as soon as I turn around and strain my ears for any other movement around me.
Yo, Ash, you there?
No. No, I mean, it's the finish line of life. I mean, that one is a bit depressing. Bruh. Oh gosh. No answer. If he is here and I've just missed him earlier, already my feet are moving in search of him for the second time. It won't hurt to double check. triple check even. With how big the property is, he can be anywhere. If things ain't so urgent, if they ain't so dire that lives are at stake, I'd probably have just waited for him to show up again.
Damn it! He needs to realize what exactly it is he's dealing with.
He does. We all do, I think. Oh no, the cherries are coming to break down our doors. Oh, the bird somehow scared me there. That it's not just a petty criminal he can simply throw in jail, that it's something beyond the authority his police badge could ever give him. The guy needs to stop playing the big damn hero, sit down and chill. My breathing comes in short, shallow rasps by the time I make it back to where I started. Still no sign of him, and I'm beginning to think I'm just wasting my time here. But that's when I hear it. I'd recognize the melody in a heartbeat. Ma's favorite song. I listen for a while, trying to gauge where exactly from the house it's coming from. My feet starts moving before I can stop them. And there, as I circle a corner, from a room on the first floor, a single window is open, but I can't make out whoever is inside. I would like to make some cheesecake with all these cherries. Oh, yes. Cheesecake is so good. And no, that's worrying. No opening of skulls, please. I don't think that's how you find cheese anyways. However, I'm sure the singing comes from there. Still, why I'll hear an old tune here of all places I won't know. It's not an obscure song by all means, but it is pretty rare to find someone who knows this. And for some reason, death seems to follow the song around. Panic lodges itself at the base of my throat at once, whoever's humming might be. I don't want to be a pessimist now, but on the off chance that it is Miss Wright.
Shit.
Uh-oh. I shouldn't just barge in there. I can put myself in danger before I can save anyone. Ash will tell me so in the exact same words. Might even write me a dissertation why that is a bad idea if he ain't so lazy. But damn it, god damn it. Someone could be in danger. Oof. Oh, what do we do? I kinda wanna keep looking for Ash. I suppose I should enter the open window. What would Jesus do? I mean, flipping tables and chasing someone with a whip is within the realm of possibilities. So if we take that into consideration in this particular situation, imagine when if Exa was in there. Wait, no, that will make you not go in. Like, I'm just thinking, okay, we probably should enter the window, but I kind of want to keep looking for Ash. Oh. Listen to your heart. Listen to your heart. When it's calling for you, listen to your heart. There's nothing else you can do. Oh, I find songs and everything apparently. I kind of want to keep looking for Ash, but I also feel like I should enter the window. Hey Nath, just throw a dice again. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So, below 10, we look for Ash. So, 10 and below, we look for Ash. 11 and up to 20, we go in. Dice. There you go. I want a D20. Click the button. 17. That was going through the window. In through the window. Okay. That's what I said, right? Over 10 you go in. Yeah. I can search for Ash, but what if it's too late by then? With how big this place is, he can be anywhere, and it's very likely by the time we come back, someone's already bit the dust. Heads I win, tails you lose, exactly. We're going in, and Wipeout is getting out all of his evil emotes. So I have very strong suspicions that someone is going to die, and I fear it may be Zach. Oh no, Zach, what have we done? That, and the cries grow louder against my ear the longer I linger. Almost impossible to ignore, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. For a moment, I let myself shudder, shaking the uneasy feeling off my head. This can't be a good idea, not by a long shot. Still, I've got to try. Funnily enough, for a couple as high profile as the Wrights, they don't seem to have any security detail patrolling around. A few guards here and there, sure, but no one will expect they'll have more considering the size of the place. It works to my advantage though, and I really can't complain when there's a high chance I might get arrested for what I'm about to do. Luckily, the window's wide enough for me to fit through without making any noise. There's certainly no going back now. But as soon as I step inside the parlor, all of it ceases. Will I find no trace of the woman I heard crying like I'm expecting to? The room is still empty at this time of the morning, and I'm left standing awkwardly in the middle of the hush. Maybe she just hid somewhere?
Hello? Are you here? I heard someone earlier, and I'm here to help.
I think Whiteboat knows where this is going. Yep, definitely. Hoping for an answer, I let the question hang in the air, but several seconds merely go by without another word, or the slightest movement to indicate there is someone in there. Has been here. With the stories I've heard, the things I've seen, it takes effort to keep my brain from going into that line of thought.
I'm not going to hurt you. If you're here, say something.
Nothing. Am I just hearing things? No, I'm pretty sure I heard someone. But with no one responding, I can't help but feel silly like this. And the awareness that I've just trespassed a house for nothing because of some voice prickles at me. Suddenly, the silence feels uncomfortable, and a needling anxiety slowly creeps up my back. I should get out while I can. If it ain't here, if it ain't there, it ain't there. I don't spare the room another glance when I walk back the way I came. Out into the window, I leave before someone else notices.
I thought I heard a servant moving around
Oh.
here. Turns out it's just a rat scurrying about.
No, that's not nice, Johannes.
How unpleasant.
My heart shoots up into my throat. I can run. The window is a few steps away. I should be able to escape, but instead, out of some foolish impulse, I turn around. Perhaps it's because the only impression the guy has left me in the what few times we've met is nothing but unsettling.
This ain't what you think it is.
You're quite the distance from the kitchen, I'm afraid. Perhaps I should lead you there.
Is Johannes evil?
Someone's in here before me. I wasn't here for what you're thinking. There was sobbing and...
The first blow knocks the wind out of me, sending me heaving and crumpling to my knees. What? I think Johannes is evil! Tears well up in my eyes as the pain swells when he twists my wrists behind my back.
Listen to me.
Then again, dirty thieves aren't welcome in my kitchen either.
No, stop it! No! For a moment, there's only silence and a sudden piercing ache, this time to the back of my head. The room abruptly tilts on its axis, dimming. On the verge of unconsciousness, I can only hear the scuffling of foot, the thud of a door being closed, and a woman crying, asking for help. I know no more. Godsen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, everyone. Oh, you were playing more Final Fantasy. How is it going? Godsen, hello, hello. How was your stream? Welcome, everyone. And thank you, Mondol, for shouting out Katzen as well. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm in that raid. Hi, everyone. Hello. Okay, so I can't believe Johannes is evil. I've just made that decision, by the way. The pain is the worst when I come to a sharp, piercing ache somewhere at the back of my head, begging to be noticed. But it's nothing I can't handle. Blearily, I open my eyes, expecting to be greeted by sunlight. He has put him in the wine cellar, hasn't he? Oh, maybe not. Achievement unlocked, curiosity killed the cat? Oh. Uh-oh. However, the walls that welcome me are unfamiliar. When everything comes into focus, I recognize the place for what it is. He's not quite evil, he just thought we were a burglar. No, he's evil. He beat up Zach. He is evil. A cell, dark, cramped, with the only light coming from the moon outside, streaming through the sole window barred by thick metal bars. Memory rushes back to me in sharp bursts, the mansion, looking for Ashton, a familiar tune, and a woman crying. All while my head still aches from the hit I've received.
Still better than a morgue, I guess.
Yep, Johannes brought him to the police. He is evil. I mean, yeah, better than a morgue, sure, I guess. Gingerly, I pull myself up, stretching the cramps from my shoulder as I do so, but stopping when a sudden movement induces an acute stinging pain through my arm.
Damn, they got me good.
Yeah, you don't say.
What time is it?
Good question. As expected, they've taken everything I have on my person. Wallet, cell phone, my keys, meds, even a small pack of gum. But protocol is protocol. In the first place, ending back in another cell ain't in my agenda. Police equals evil. Okay, no, the police is not evil. Johannes is evil. He wouldn't even hear him out. Like, come on. There was no need to get violent. Zach wasn't doing anything. Like, I mean, I realize he trespassed, but he wasn't being threatening or anything like that. Like, he didn't have to just start punching him or whatever he did. Rude. I no longer like Johannes. The first time was not a pleasant experience, and this certainly won't be either. Considering who was likely put me in here, it could be much worse. The bars are cold to my touch when I approach it, looking for the person on duty. They'd usually allow us to contact someone, and Ashton, at least, has to know I'm here. He'll be pissed, that I'm quite sure of, but he's the only one who can help me prove my innocence and help me get out. However much I don't want to rely on him for this. The hallway in front of the cell is empty, but voices flow through from further in. Likely the poor officer's assigned to like night duty. I know hearing someone out might give him a chance. You can apologize later, but not if the guy was an actual burglar and he stabs you. I mean, but Zach was all like, it's not what you think. He was like, hey, yo, didn't mean to, And then he just karate chops him. Rude. Judging from the snippets of conversation I catch, today's topic over a snack is that moron who thought it's wise to cross the rights. Uh-oh. Ouch. That's what a burglar would say. Exactly what a burglar would say. Well, it's a scary day when Mundle and Wipeout share a brain, I'd say. Anywho. They used other names too, most of which I'd like to have words with them about in the future. But really, I'm in no position right now.
Excuse me. Anyone?
Silence.
Excuse me. I need to make a...
Blood freezes in my veins and my grip on the bar tightens. I don't dare turn. Because more than the haunting melody, I'm afraid of what I'll see, of who's singing Ma's lovely lullaby. A death song. That's what it is now. But I guess that is what has always been. If this is the end's calling, I'd prefer that it is this and not her vicious smile that I see last. Hey, get out of my brain, it's already too small for one mind. There's no way it can support two. Uh-oh.
Don't you love this song?
Oh, that's Hana. She looks different, doesn't she? Yeah, she does. Doesn't she? I'm pretty sure she looks different. I mean, aside from the necklace, there's something different looking about her, isn't there? Yeah, she does. Yeah. Interesting. My head snaps up in surprise and I swivel to see Miss Wright. Miss Wright of all people, sitting on the cot. Has she gone blind? I don't know. I mean, there's something weird, yeah. Her eyes are more pale, they are. Yeah. And I feel like there's something with her hair as well that's different. I don't know. Her smile is easy and sweet as ever.
That's right. What are you... how did you...
I jostle the cell door to check. A prison break is the last thing on my mind, of course, but her presence here begs for a lot of puzzling questions to be answered. Locked tight. Was I just too groggy earlier that I didn't notice her?
Don't be surprised, darling. Money and power can get you anything.
Oh, that's not creepy at all. She has a point. Out of all people, she knows more than anyone how to play that game in the world. Yet, to hear it straight out of her, it's like talking to a different person. I don't bring this up, however. Perhaps she's just having a bad day or a tiff with her husband. Yeah, she's possessed. I definitely think so, yeah. Like, there was absolutely something wrong with her last time we saw her. Like, her whole attitude changed overnight. No, actually, I've been thinking about this. I think something changed in her when she was confronting Rochelle, because Luke was like backing her up and she was really like, that was empowering her. And I think that was when stuff happened. Something happened during that altercation that changed her. I don't know, somehow. My my theory, anyways. After the incident the other day at their party, well, I don't like gossip, but it won't be surprising. Anyone can say the strangest things when in a bad mood. Still, Noel.
You ain't supposed to be here, Miss Wright.
Why ever not? Isn't it comfortable here?
I'd imagine not, actually. It's a prison cell.
Well, it is, kind of.
Is it? Oh, well, probably not so bad then.
You're still not supposed to be on this side of the cell. Besides, it's too early. Or too late for a visit. This is beyond the scheduled hours.
And she's still wearing that necklace.
Oh, I'm sure Chief Inspector Lee wouldn't mind a little chat between friends.
Oh, I'm sure not.
Besides, his prison officers just snoring in the break room.
Lovely. She brushes off a lock of hair from her shoulder, stands up and meanders around the length of the cell for whatever space it would allow. As if this is just a simple stroll in the park, making a show of checking every scratch the past occupants of the room has left on its walls. Nevertheless, I try to make myself small against the corner. Any closer and we'll be crossing each other's personal spaces. Frankly, that's more than I'm comfortable with.
Be that as it may, they have cameras here too. How are you going to explain that when they check?
That doesn't matter, dear.
Doesn't it?
It does. Your popularity ain't going to give you any kind of immunity from the law.
Well, who knows,
I
really.
appreciate the visit, but I'd rather not see you get into trouble.
I'm not so sure if you should be worrying about her at all. It makes her stop, but just as I'm starting to think I've finally reasoned with her.
You want to get out of here.
Of course I do. But you don't have to do anything. It's my fault. I'll find a way out of this mess.
You did bring it to yourself.
Well,
This really is just a misunderstanding, Hannah. I didn't mean to trespass.
oh, is she gonna be all like, it's Miss Wright to you, young man?
If you'll just listen to the whole story,
Now that
you'll
he's
know I
changed.
didn't mean to
Well,
do it.
she's changed.
I'm really disappointed in you.
Uh-oh. I look straight at her, the sudden change of her tone, checking for any signs if I've upset her with what I did. Of course she would be. She has every right to. After all that talk, the little attempts to build a friendship, here I went and broke it into another person's house. Her home. On so many levels beyond any kind of friendship. It's still wrong. Her anger doesn't come as I'm expecting it to, however. Instead, she smiles. A horrid little smile I didn't think I'd ever see from her.
Breaking into our home, disturbing my love in his sleep.
Uh-oh.
You've upset my Prince Zack. You've really upset him.
You know, murder is looking more and more like the logical solution. Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Hana?
Panic swells in me, ripping up my spine. Irrational, I know, you shouldn't feel this way about someone you know. But here I am, backing away, trying to keep an ample distance between the two of us. I'm afraid, wholly afraid of her. This ain't Hana. The bars rattle as soon as my shoulders hit it. A hindrance, not to freedom, but to safety.
Has anyone ever told you how beautiful those eyes of yours are?
Oh god, no, please don't.
My Nana? Occasionally my sister. Hana? You alright?
She laughs. A deranged little thing coming from her. There's no cheer in it, no warmth, only spite.
Makes me want to take them home, wrap them in those pretty ribbons I have in my vanity.
No, I don't like this. Yeah, that's where I was afraid this was going. She's gonna pluck them out for a collection. Yeah, it really does seem like it. Time to throw down with her. Uh-oh. Well, probably, yeah.
I'm pretty sure my prince would love it, don't you think, Zachary? A little
No,
gift
I
for
don't
me.
think so. Hello, trucker. Welcome. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the bits. I'm afraid I was too freaked out to be scared by the quack, but thank you. Does that make me a psychopath? No, I think it just makes you observant to the situation. See, she is very creepy. I'm tired. Oh, I hope you get some proper rest, trucker.
Stay away from me!
Yep, do that, please. Oh wow, the quack did not scare her. She's actually building up an immunity. Well, it's more just I'm already weirded off. Weirded out, I meant to say. She moves in short, sudden, bone-crunching twitches that are too painful for me to watch. I want to look away, but I can't. I'm screaming for help before I know it, jolting the bars with as much force as I could.
Somebody, get me out of here! Anyone, please!
Oh god, what have I done? No! I think she's just quacking up. Yeah, there's that as well. Oh no. Maybe you're not supposed to sleep on Judy. How about that?
She's here! You've got to let me out! She's gonna kill me! Someone! She's...
Oh, you poor thing. Don't
No!
You won't even feel
No! I should have looked for Ash. I should have looked for Ash. No! No, Zach! No! Achievement unlocked. What beautiful eyes you have. No! No, Zach! Oh! You've unlocked a memory fragment. Marianne. Huh? Oh, we're Marianne now. Are we? We are. Oh no, Zach is dead. Well, at least, I mean, he may not be dead, but he doesn't have his eyes anymore. Okay, so hang on. And one day I'm gonna die because I make a dumb joke in the wrong place at the wrong time. Uh-oh. 180 centimeters, okay. Yeah, she is supposed to be Irish. Okay, right. No more looking at this photograph. No. Oh gosh. The numbers are so little on top of my screen, and they glare at me with such intensity that I can just hear their accusations. I'm late for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have a perfectly good excuse. Jeez. Considering I didn't follow typical office hours, they really can't expect me to be able to just go as I please at 5:30 on the dot. The client is, first and foremost, my priority. I have to sit tight when my personal assistant Chris tells me we've got a big one coming up, that I shouldn't miss this one. He knows a lot more on the who's who and the what's what when it comes to these socialites, and I trust that judgment call. I really don't have time for rich people, their drama, and their politics. These sorts who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and who were used to wagging their silver tongues about. I let him handle the negotiating with them for the most part. Why else would I have hired him? Socialite, what a profession. Yeah, indeed. Aw, thank you for the posture check, trucker. I'm surprised it's still a thing. Yeah, actually. You need this straight up. Yeah. Wait, so we know that she dies. I guess we get to know now how. Oh, no. This is Marianne, not Rose. Rose is the one who dies. Actually, what day is it? Did it say? Wait, where are we? That's where we left off. I don't know what day we're on anymore. I need tea. Be right back. Take your time. Get some tea. Getting sung too much in your chair. Wait, who was Rose? Oh, the green-haired lady that that Isabel worked with. Yeah, but thank you for the hydrate, trucker. And thank you for the hydrate, Mundle. Are you drinking hot or cold drink? I'm drinking a cold drink. It's orange juice. So yes, cold. But he told me I'd receive a message about it an hour ago.
If only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Thank you for the hydrates. Yeah, that one worked. Oh, thank you for the bits, trucker. Oh, God. Yeah, that was functioning. Thought you'd spill it all over. There's not that much in it. Plus, that would be really bad because it would probably ruin most of my equipment. Almost. Sort of. Oh, what actually was the last one? Come on, I have a social life too, you know, to an extent. Sort of, right. Pressing my head against the table, I try to stave off an oncoming headache when a notification for a new email pops up. All I'm expecting is a, hey, this looks like a good project I found, go send them a design, or something like that, really. That's how it often goes. Like, you'd open your mouth with, oh my god, and then run out. Well. Unfortunately, well, actually, no, fortunately, that's not quite what happened. Even with these rich, jammy clients who's heard of me from their equally rich, jammy friends, I can't expect them to hire me right off the bat, which is all well and good and reasonable. We figure out what they want, send them my portfolio, my drafts for the projects, my rates, and hope for the best. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Beruthiel for you. Just please take this one project. I promise this person is huge in Luxborn. This email and attachments, blah blah blah. Yes. Mr. Parker, this is a formal request to reserve the services of Marianne McCullough, hereinafter called the designer. Okay, right. As authorized by Hannah Wright, hereinafter called the client for interior design work at Armengard Mansion, Luxburn, blah blah blah. The client hopes to have the designer there on the 21st of October, Friday, with the time pending. But as I open the mail and see that I've been requested by the client specifically, well, I certainly didn't expect that, and it's pretty straightforward too. Anyone else would probably be excited. They would be working with the Hannah Wright. She's just one of those rich socialites that everybody loves to talk about, no matter how hard I try to tune such nonsense out. It would have been enough for me to affirm no, to reply in affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. At you.com? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. You. Yahoo! Oh, that's actually fantastic. Oh, and it's the villain that wrote this email. Nath, you're still magic. What did I do now? You'll understand, will I? Oh. Okay, I guess we're saving it again. I can't believe we killed Zach, or at least took his eyes. We've worked with big personalities in the past. Celebrities, bankers, even a few politicians. My PA had been indifferent about those. Yes. Well, it'll be interesting then. So, the question bounced about my skull before I spy out one of those emails attachments. A newspaper clipping from the Luxburn Daily Business news section boasting the headline, Wright Enterprise donates 2.5 million to refugee. Saw that coming. Saw what coming? I'm confused. It certainly caused quite a stir back then. I did as well, but probably for a different reason. What? So what coming? Oh. Apparently they invited... You shall know once you look into Discord later. Interesting, yes. Evil. Okay, right. Well, as long as I'm still magic, that's all that matters in the end. Apparently they had invited businessmen and socialites everywhere in the guise of it being some big business announcement.
2.5 mil and an expensive-looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around. Indeed
they do, huh? And yet, she apparently cannot afford a different dress. Not that I should be so callous. They're going to do a lot of good and help a community of people with all those pounds. I, of all people, shouldn't criticize such acts. There was suddenly a hair on my lip, which was uncomfortable. Shouldn't criticize such acts whether they were for show or not. I'm not even sure if Wipeout and I are talking about the same thing, but as long as we agree, I don't care. Yeah, agreeing is the most important part. At the very least, I know they'll be able to pay my rates. Yeah, you probably don't have to worry about that. Well done, Nath. What? Why? I mean, thanks. With the headline out of the way, however, I find myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping. Because, wow. Here I am, expecting a sour old woman in a blazer and skirt. But the woman that was plastered on the front page, looked like she belongs on the front page of the entertainment section. Or even, if I'm to be crass, as a pin-up for a glamour. Well done, truly. What? Why? And how? What did I do? Okay, I'll be real here. A men's magazine. She sure knows how to rock that dress. I mean, it's the only one she's got, so she has to. Wait. Her hair, her eyes, her lips. She can't be her. And at the same time, she is her, only several years older. She looks just like... No, come on, Mac. The world is full of pretty blondes. It's just a coincidence. With a shake of my head, I snap out of it and reach out for my phone when it buzzes, nearly falling off my chair in the progress. Who else would be on the other line but the very people waiting for me?
Yes, I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
Yes. I'm so confused. That's what I say, yet I still don't move from my chair, face flushed and heart racing. I could only stare until I can will myself to reply that yes, I'm accepting this assignment. And it takes even more time for me to just close the image, shut down the computer, and leave. Even then, it has already burned its image into my head, no matter how much I wish it would just disappear. It makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. It makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. It's a good thing that the nearest pub is just a hop, skip, and a jump from here. Okay. The Galway Shawl, as it's called by those who frequent the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this country. You can pretty much tell that someone is new here by the way they call it by its official name, the Crawl Bar. My home away from home ever since I moved to Luxburn. Well, that is when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working away. It has good alcohol, good company, and thank God St. Cecilia, good music. Crowd favorites like the Bothy Noise, the High Wasteland Men, and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention the singing. I love singing. Anyone could just break out into a drinking song and the others in the pub were just wonderful that they'd start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best of ways to go about it. Hey, it's a win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus and as long as I can get home in one piece at the end of the day. And tonight is karaoke night. What better time than to try and sing all my worries away? That's what my intoxicated brain tells me.
The ghost of guilt and sorrow remembers who I am, and in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
I wasn't expecting this, but that's interesting. But drinking only reminds me of home, and the thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair.
It makes me nauseous. It sickens me that the smallest reminder of her can cause me such grief.
I'll fight for what's worth fighting for. Forget the fear, forget the rest.
Heard better. Look, she's singing her heart out. Of course, that might just be the booze. Any other day I would have scolded myself for drinking so much.
I lied to the Lord, I lied to myself, I lied to you and everyone I care, until there were no more lies to tell.
But I already have a client and will be having our first little meet and greet in a few days. Now I think I'll start switching off my brain to prepare for bed. Thank you for the stream and the company. I'll see you around. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you again for the raid. I hope you have a great rest and a great sleep. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a very good night, Anna. Marianne would be more interested in Nat than Mr. Right. Oh, is that so? Interesting.
Cowardice is easier than being brave, but at last I found the strength I lost to sing my love letter to you.
Oh. So when she got angry when Luke was flirting with Isabella, it wasn't because of him. It was because she and Hannah had a thing and he is mistreating a woman she clearly never forgot. Oh, yeah, penny dropped, yeah. Bye, Anna. Gotcha. I've lost track of all the names. Hannah is the posh lady. Isabella is the first lady that we were. Luke is the bad man.
'Cause people can lie, but my lone heart beats true.
I want to at least enjoy this night, get over the hangover tomorrow, and return to being a prim and proper professional after. The first lady, well, you know, that we controlled, who went, you know, the real estate person. We have the president's family in here, probably, yes.
That song was for Cam, our lucky bride-to-be. So give her a hand, Galway shawl.
Considering the state I'm in, one can excuse my smug grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub's patrons, because possibly off-key singing, public singing aside, I feel like I'm on top of the world right now, and that's a good a reason as any to belt out in front of these strangers. Who event she's turning in more vampire every day. Uh-oh. With good drinks and good friends, there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight. And I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone. A round of applause.
That was so good. You rock, Marianne.
Who's who? Who's Cam and who's Haruna, was it?
Stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne.
Yep, she says vent instead of went, did I? Uh-oh. Apparently I'm not just turning into any vampire either, I'm turning into the Count. Like... 1, 2, 3, At least I can count, so I mean that's good. She has cute friends. She does, yeah.
A toast to a shameless drunk singer. May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
Oh yes, fantastic.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Read it and wait, bitches.
Wait, who's wearing a ring? Oh, that's Cam and that's Haruna, because she's got a ring. I'm assuming. Kamala's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for the world to see. Yes, okay, yeah. She has reasons to be proud. 3 years of living together and her boyfriend finally asked her the big question. Obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago and look at where I am.
Well, that's a bit grim, but okay.
But enough of me being a downer. Cheers to a happy engagement!
I mean, yes, reality is that a lot of marriages end in divorce, but she's clearly celebrating her engagement. Isn't that a little bit too soon to expect her divorce? I mean, as likely as it may be, that's a little bit of a, you know, isn't it? Hooray for that lady. Yeah. Oh, never too soon. I mean, you never know. Really depends. At least I can count. Of course, if something like Haruna's divorce were to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Cam had been there for me, acting more than just my yoga instructor, I can't be happier for my friend right now. Okay.
Cheers! Cheers.
Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we, Haruna and I? Haruna, it's been a real bad year for her ever since the divorce. She's such a nice person, even loaning me money to open a studio, and she didn't deserve what her husband had pulled. I'm happy she's smiling again and pigging out like she used to. I think we've all missed our Japanese firecracker. We met in yoga class, something I joined to keep myself in shape, and well, honestly, so that I can make friends when I moved to Luxburn. Clearly, it worked like a charm. Obviously, yeah. And it definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I brought along my lucky D20 die with me on that first day. No, sir. Oh. So we know another thing about... What was her name again? Marianne. I love these girls so much.
What about you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
Really? Well, apparently she's more interested in the other gender persuasion, so that might be why. Is she a self-insert? Yes.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
Oh, come on. That's a lame excuse and you know it.
Ah, totally lame excuse.
You need a man who'll take care of you, and you need it now. Maybe some hunk will be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
Sounds lovely.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself.
Oh.
Who needs a Mr. Right? Hey, look at me. I'm Marion McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
Oh, fantastic. I mentioned druids and demons once. Ah, yes, I mean, can't copyright Dungeons and Dragons, but druids and demons, however, once! They don't even know the rules or understand what the numbers mean. I mean, she used it correctly, though, so... And I certainly am not some sort of holy person. I'm a far cry from a miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually, maybe she isn't looking for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right. Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet.
That would explain some things. How do you know you don't have a ring anymore? Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone.
Yeah, that's not in any way just kind of a little bit condescending or anything. No, no.
What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
I'm just gonna quickly check what time it is. Oh, okay. That's fine then. I like Cam's line of thinking, though. I mean, yeah. Why not? But the more I deny, the louder they tease until the other people in the pub start to watch. It doesn't help at all when Haruna drapes her arm over my shoulder and leads in.
All yours, then. Will you be making me feel like a woman?
I know that they're just kidding around, but this doesn't make me comfortable in the slightest. So when Kamala notices my silence and Haruna sees the expression on my face, they stop. And when the awkward air settles over us, the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened. They probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard feelings, right?
I raise my glass. They smile. We drink. There's no need to say more. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually, the fun times end. It is a weekday after all, and with Haruna being a nurse, she still has to get ready for her next shift. Cam also has a loving fiancé waiting for her at home, and really didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven when she took off early. I mean, surely that's a fire hazard. Or not drunk enough. Yeah, one of the two. I mean, it really can only be one of the two. Really, I understand. I was the one who insisted, who was determined to get pissed drunk anyway. Moving to the bar, I sit. Alone at last. Alone with a stranger. I haven't seen him here before. Obviously not a regular. He hasn't said a word and just sits there savoring his drink. Uh-oh. With his whiskey served neat in one hand and lighter in the other, it doesn't seem like he's noticed me yet, and maybe I should go before he does look my way. Because he was pretty and he was blonde, and those two things plus alcohol never did me any good. Okay, so something does happen here apparently, after all. I thought too late. Judging by the way his flushed face and the dazed look in his eyes, he's as pissed drunk as I am. But whereas I feel like keeling over, he looks like he's still ready to take the catwalk by storm. Ah yes, go about the catwalk. I mean, I would imagine, yeah, he probably would. Yeah, I have no problem believing that. Really, he just has the air of one of those men who think they own the world.
Hello there, sexy.
Whiskey.
End up on my account. I already like what I see.
Ah, charming.
Fancy a drink? It'll be on me.
Yeah, super charming. But then again, I might be pleasantly surprised if he proves me wrong.
Want some between the
No.
sheets? Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
See, yeah, of course. Fat chance. But it doesn't matter, we both know how to play this game, and there are two different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. The question is, what do I want to do?
That's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
He looks like he's about to say some witty retort, but stops himself and downs the rest of his whiskey. I order a mint julep, he gets another whiskey, and we start the customary small talk. Of course, the saying, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, goes without saying. We ask nothing about the other, offering up falsehoods to establish strenuous fake connection between two strangers at a pub, if only to pass the time. Whiskey, as I've come to call him, is supposedly 21 years old, single, takes care of his sick mother, and is a manager of some sort. Yeah, no, he's just an absolute creep, and I hate him. Christy, hi! Welcome! Hi! Hi, how are you? Hello! Manager of what? I didn't care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he has come to call me, is 29 and I'm... What did I say I was again? Ah yes, I told him I was a professional chocolate taster because fuck it, if I'm going to lie about what my job is, might as well make it fun. That actually does sound like a fun job. Oh, I got the flu right now, so gaming is hard. Thought I'd drop by. Oh, well, you're very welcome. It's like lovely to see ya. Yes, have some cherries. Mondel brings cherries for everyone. Don't be surprised if your door falls over and just cherries come crashing in. And some whiskey, I mean. Can. I mean, if you want to, sure. It's a pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers. Oh, lovely. And maybe it's just me, but we might as fucking well expend the teeniest amount of effort in pretending there's something meaningful in this meaning. Might as well, yeah, sure. Hang on, I'm just gonna do one thing. Oh, no, you go away. I do not want whatever plugin or what's it thingy, the dice thingy wanted to do. I've no interest. Hang on, I just need to da-da-da, da-da-da, hang on. I spelt that right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. No, that is so far only happened to Pud. Well, could very easily happen to someone else. I mean, it's just nice to be prepared. Would have been nice too if it was just left at that, but during a lull in the conversation, he brings it up.
I've never been with a woman taller than me.
Oh my god. Could he actually get any cringier? Like, he's a... Oh, Marianne, please, 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 please make the smart decision here. He is an absolute tool. Oh. And to think he might have been different from the rest.
Never have and never will, whiskey. Can we go back to the history of chocolates?
Oh, thank goodness, Marianne. She is clever.
Chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol.
Yeah, chocolate is healthy. Yep. She should stand up and spit on his head. I mean, she can apparently very easily look down on him, which I imagine she's already doing. St. Lucy was the most beautiful woman of her time. She had men come from the four corners of the world just to see her pure light, just to see the pure light of her exquisite green eyes. If she were so lucky anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson.
You're a knob. Go away.
Come on, Mint. You know and I know what you came here for.
Oh, I dislike you very much. I will... When I get to be Luke later, I will actually do what I can to get him killed. I actually want to do that. And I'm probably going to make sure he lives, aren't I? Because that's how it goes. I didn't want anything to happen to poor Zach. Though not every suitor was gallant, and she was no fool, she had known that sooner or later she wouldn't be able to defend her chastity. What? No.
Must be something to
gets you going.
Nothing that you have, creep. So she has taken out a knife and gouged out her own eyes.
There is something, but I don't think you can handle it.
Impressed with her devotion, God restored her eyes and made them more beautiful than before. He has a peculiar sense of humor, hasn't he? Because that only meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in a chalice to scare them away.
I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
No. Saint Lucy, help me. Help me turn away from sin. Help me with my own
My
blindness.
place isn't too far from here. I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you.
Oh God,
And
no,
one will be able to
Marianne.
hear you if you try to scream.
Oh my God, Marianne, no, stop it, don't.
You sure you want to go down that road?
No. Does that mean Zach is gonna get better eyes? I hope so. That would be nice.
Have it any other way.
Oh my God. No, Marianne, stop it. Oh. Marianne is making bad decisions. Okay, now we're... Okay, we're back at the 18th. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, wait. No, this is actually... Yeah, this is the first... Oh, this is our first entry for the 18th. Okay, interesting. The best thing about having my condo so close to the pub is the ease of access. As long as I can still stand and walk, I can make it home. Maybe I'd need help from a kind neighbor or two to help me with the last leg if I've really gone overboard on the alcohol, but I always made it home. Sometimes with company. Of course, that always comes with complications, especially with the real clingy ones. But it isn't anything... But it isn't anything a good tip about stalkers to the building security can't fix. I'm always nervous though, even if this isn't the first time I've done this, and the first few minutes when we enter my room are the first few agonizing minutes where I try not to panic. We have Klingons in this game? Oh, that would be amazing. If one of them could come, like, swooping in their bird of prey and just shoot lasers at Luke. Okay, Mac, so far so good. Don't let him smell your fear under all that liquid courage. He'll leave sooner or later, and I'll never see him again, just like every other man before him. I'd like to say to myself, the men I've brought to my place were more scared than I was. Yet, there's no fear when I look into Whiskey's eyes, only delight, because he is a creep. Why are you doing this? When he starts touching me, I don't even hesitate when I push him against the door. Roughness is to be expected. And as long as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. We'll have our little tumble in the sheets, he'll leave, we'll forget about it. If someone asks what I really wanted, I would have told them that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolates, and music, maybe in an Irish castle. Well, might have to go to Ireland for that, but you know what? That's much better than what you're doing here. Leave Luke, throw him out, and go back to Ireland. But all I really want is her, and that is never going to be a reality. That was my fault, of course, because I was afraid, because I was a coward. They would never hold a candle to her. She was the light of my life, and I had to let her go. No, I had let her go. I can't even be bothered at the thought of her. Just the single thought of her makes my resolve to see this affair through waver. Yes, let the thoughts of her run through you. Stop making bad decisions.
Wait.
Now I want chocolate. Chocolate is good.
What is it now?
Yes, what is it now? What's it gonna be, Marianne? To sex or not to sex? This is wrong.
We're both drunk.
Oh, he likes that. That's disturbing.
And...
This is wrong. Don't you think it's a bit fucked up that we're about to have sex and we're just calling each other by the drinks that we had?
Yeah.
How messed up are we?
Also, he's married, although I guess you don't know that right now. Me too, but I need to lose weight. Oh. Yeah, chocolate is not good for that, unfortunately. But chocolate is yummy. La guava, papaya juice is also appealing. Ooh, yeah, that does sound good as well.
Doll,
Definitely.
shut up with the ethics and morality talk. It is seriously putting me out of the mood.
Good, I don't want you in the mood. You're creepy and I don't like you.
If you
Go
want
away.
to leave now, Whiskey, I understand. I mean, with how smashed you are, it'd probably be best for you to sleep the night unless you want to be mugged.
Yes.
But I won't stop you. And this isn't going to happen.
Yes, good. Achievement unlocked, cock blocked. And it's a chicken. Fantastic. Go away, Luke. Go away. Of course he's annoyed at me for putting off our night of sexual congress. That's a way to put it. Yes. Yes. But no means no. And beyond spewing a few profanities under his breath, he surprisingly simmers down soon enough. I was worried for a moment that he might try to force something. Instead, he makes a show of fixing his suit and smoothing down his hair before making himself comfortable on the nearest seat he could find.
What are you doing then? You have a guest in your home. Put the damn kettle on.
That achievement. It was a good achievement. Oh. Wait, how tall is Luke actually? I don't know, but he's shorter than Marianne, and Marianne is 180 centimeters. So I don't know. Is he taller than Hannah? How tall was Hannah again? She was also taller than me. I was taller than Isabella. Hang on. Wrong tab. I don't know why I'm so invested in this now. So, Hannah is 170. We don't know how... We don't have his thing yet, but she's 180, so he's shorter than 180. I want to know if she can spit on his head. Well, we'll find out eventually. We have 3 more stories to go through, and then we'll know.
Dandelion tea if you have it. But I suppose all you have are those shitty tea bags from the store.
I'd like to put some, what's it called? Belladonna in your tea? Does that work? Would that be okay? Is that the thing I'm looking for? I don't really know. Exactly my problem too. I enjoy eating too much. Could be to blame that the food is too delicious at home and office work doesn't help at all with getting enough exercise. I mean, that is true, yes. It's a thing, yeah. Screw it, I'm googling it now. Yes, how tall is he? If it isn't for the absurdity of this turn of events, I would have flipped him off for thinking I have no taste. See, delicious mushroom pasta for lunch is good. But in the end, I just laugh. All I've got are cans of Korean ginseng and lemon balm, though. No dandelion. Without a second thought, I do wet the tea. That's 3 minutes to get a kettle to boil. 3 minutes where we say nothing to each other. I mean, what do you even say to the guy I was going to sleep with until I changed my mind? Like, why is he staying? Isn't this an awkward experience? Shouldn't this be awkward? Why is he not leaving? 170, so she's half a head taller than him. Oh, so he and Hannah are actually the same height. Interesting. Luke is all about awkward. I believe that. I had fries with Brussels sprout and spiced chicken. Oh, that sounds good too, though. With 5 centimeter heels, her mouth should be above his head. Well, let's assume she has 5 centimeter heels then. I doubt he's in the mood to talk about the influence of Troy's on Mallory. That makes for easy spitting, yes. It's still unusual by the time we're both seated on my bed with mugs of tea in hand. I mean, there's nothing that's not unusual about this situation. Everything about this situation is unusual. And he's still a creep.
Just so you know, whatever is going on right now is a lot stranger and fucked up than the one night stand.
Yeah, actually, I agree. Yeah. Doesn't she get surprise attack? If his head doesn't get hit, at least his suit gets hit. I mean, you know what? I'd take that as well. But yeah, he's not expecting it, so should be some surprise there as well. picture in the background also makes it weirder. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm kind of wondering about that. It kind of just looks plucked from, like, Google Images or something, and that Loki kind of looks like Loki. See what I did there?
We are two messed up individuals by your logic.
Well, he certainly is.
Everything is messed up, if you ask me. War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and loved lost. Oh,
Oh, yeah. You're an absolute idiot.
this whole world is a cesspool.
Because of people like you, yeah. There's how cocky he is considering he should look at her chin. Yeah. Luke has a natural AC of 13. He's used to getting spit on. Oh no. The dead air is telling when it fills the room once more. One would think that this is the perfect time to burst, to spill about whatever issues that made us the fucked up person that we are today. And it is. But I guess some part of me would rather not put the weight of my problems on someone else's shoulders. Good idea as well, because it wouldn't be fair to leave that person when I don't even know if we'll ever see each other again. Oh, leave that to a person I don't even know if we'll see each other again. You know what? You don't need to worry about that at all. He's a creep and an absolutely terrible person, so who cares about him? But you don't want him to know anything about you at all. Can one increase his attack by eating spicy food? Possibly, I guess it depends. Sooner rather than later, we both pass out on my bed. Mugs left forgotten on the floor. Just dump him already. I would love to. If she would give me the opportunity, I would kick him, literally kick him out of the apartment. When I wake, whiskey is already gone. I mean, why is he still here, basically? How did he figure out her name? That's creepy. A bottle of painkillers and a note on the table are the only evidence that I wasn't alone last night. Thanks for the tea, Marianne whiskey. Don't even question where these are from or how he knew my real name. I'm just grateful for something to help with the hangover. Those pills could be anything. He could be poisoning her. Might as well. I have a job to do. Yeah, well, that's not gonna make it any less awkward. It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job, but after meeting with the Wrights yesterday really wants me to break my self-imposed rules. Yeah, see? Also, why does Twitch quote the quoted quote instead of the message replies to the quote? Good question, yes. It used to just do that, but they changed it somehow, and now it's just weird. Oh, it's not working. That's weird. Why is it not working? Oh, it just took a while. I don't remember that one at all. Okay, that one I remember. You got me curious now. Yeah, I've said a lot of weird things, it seems. Oh my god, are we up to 92 quotes? Okay, wow. That's a lot of quotes. We've almost got triple digits there. Oh. 94. Oh, okay, right. Fantastic. Oh no, there's a 95 as well. Interesting. Because first off, fucking damn whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Right. Oh, there's a 96 as well. Wait. So, oh right, that one. Oh no. Ah, there it is, yeah. That quote with that game is just very... It seems very disconnected. I thought Pokemon's about Catch them all, not kill them all. Yes, well, sometimes we do things a bit different here, I guess. Not here, it ain't. Oh no. Look, these things are out of context. It was probably not better in context, but still. That is a murder hobo, excuse you. Out of context, sure. Ah, yes, Hitman, my finest hour. No, Nath, you were killing a lot of Pokemon that day. It is true, I was. Although most of them do get away, it's just, you know, the level 6 ones, they are, well, dead. Animal abuse, no! Oh, I love that quote. And to top it all off, they had somehow forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Armengard mansion yet when they hired me. Ah yes, quote 6 that I never really understood until very, very early. Well, very recently-ish. What sort of person does that?
Ugh, rich people.
Ugh, rich people indeed. Oh god. Wait, what? Not even sure if she understands 6 yet. I do. It did. I did figure it out eventually. Oh, she will understand in due time. Why do you all doubt me? I could do nothing but twiddle my thumbs at this. However, twiddle my thumbs and wait for the go signal. Assassin's Creed is getting weirder. True, yes. Did you know I never blasted off a rocket in Oni? Oh, I've never either. Mostly because they don't live that long. Oh. Ah, yes. I'm so good at explaining things. A chill game is anything that is not... A not chill game is anything that is not chill. Mostly because a new patch tends to break my save. Oh no, that sucks. Uh-oh. It's not like you can accept smaller projects. This is a big job and I should be ready to start on it at any time. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient and wait this one out. It was a hard decision to agree, but I did so in the end. Besides, I'm doing this for the Ermengarde mansion. The Armengard mansion. Armengard mansion. Not for anything or anyone else. Ah, yes, Assassin's Creed, lovely. I'd have a headache whatever I do anyway. I'd go to the pub again, but seeing what happened a few days ago, I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client. The Armengard mansion, yes. Oh. Every time I see the name, I'm stuck between, like, actually trying to pronounce it or just going like, oh my god. And it might be a huge leap in logic, but a library is the next best thing after the pub. Ah yes, of course. If you can't go to the pub, go to the library. Makes sense. I have to go there anyway. I need more books for Dad. Plus, I also need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Finding a new book or two to read for myself while I have nothing to do isn't such a bad idea either. Oh, unfortunately, I do remember the context of that one. So on a Saturday morning, I find myself going to the only library in Luxborn to hopefully cool off. Yeah, I think we all wish we could forget that one. After returning on Urswheel and a poetry book by Henry of Poe Brady, I asked the librarian about the several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Uh-oh. Also, spooky games tend to be too spooky for me, tends to give me nightmares. Yeah, it's I'm not good with spooky games, but I'm trying to just do spooky games for Spooktober. So I'm trying to be good at them. But well, oh no. Dialogue with death has already been snatched, and she bluntly said that she did not keep our mathematical universe for someone who didn't return books on time. Wait, what? I make headway at least when I ask about Siege and Rendition of Havana by Jacob de Penzuela. If you count her snarling and pointing at the history section as headway, that is. Huh? Her Kojima is working on a new Silent Hill game, or was it the other studio, or Resident Evil? Flu is making it hard to think. Oh yeah, I think I've heard something about another Silent Hill, I think. I've actually been playing a few of the Resident Evil ones. Well, I've played 2 of them so far. I actually kind of like them. They don't feel that spooky. They jump scare me a little bit, but other than that, they haven't actually been too spooky. But yeah, I've heard a little bit about like Silent Hill, but not too much. I don't know what they're like. The history section is devoid of any other except for myself and a redhead, though I'd wager against that red's just passing by to get to the classical literature section. Excuse me, sorry. So many books, so little time. Scanning the books and seeing so many wonderful titles give me great pleasure. And that's when I spotted.
Sailor, why don't you come to Mama?
Ah yes, that's how I usually beckon my books as well. It's not the naval battle book I was looking for. No, it's even better. Oh wow, yes. History of Luxburn Architecture, 1st edition. Prosit, you kitten. Oh, thank you. Oh, fantastic. I know I just have to get it. I've been waiting to get my hands on the book for so long. I mean, you know you're not buying it, right? This is a library. You typically have to return it again. The fact that there is only 1 copy proves to be a problem, though, when Red reaches out for it at the same time I do.
I think I had this first, miss.
Oh, it's Rebecca. Yes, Rebecca. I can only stare her down when she refuses to let go of the book. Refusing to let go of it as well, I raise a brow at her in the hopes that the fact I was significantly taller than her will intimidate the girl. Even then, she refused with a rebellious look.
Isn't exactly light reading, miss.
Why would you assume that she can't do something that's not light reading?
I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks, and I can't help the smirk on my face, which is wiped off when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pierce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and the Irish Houses of Parliament.
Nice. You go,
This
girl.
bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
Oh. This is not what I was expecting. Let's be honest. How many people would know these history facts? Rip indeed. Aside from me, anyway. Yeah, this is not going the way Marianne planned it.
Going
No.
right to the obscure ones, aren't you?
Yep.
Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of 1560, if we want to be specific.
Achievement unlocked pop quiz. Yeah, this seems like normal behavior. Murdered indeed. Yeah, and she's apparently just looking to keep going as well. Suddenly, it's a game where we throw these history questions and facts at each other, back and forth, in hushed tones unless we want to be thrown out of the library. After a while, it goes from strange competition into this strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. But as fun as it is, the exchange soon slows down until we're grinning about how odd this whole scene is. Now, here's who she needs to take home to bed. That would probably be nicer, yes. Ha, that happened to me sometime. Well, so we know Mundell gets picked up at the library and dragged to bed. Interesting. And yeah, Christy also agrees, so that makes 3 of us. I really love the timing of that. Ha! That happened to me once. Because I have a feeling. No, the quiz. Yes, well, that's not how it looks.
Marianne McCulloch, my desire for
Well,
potatoes doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
Did you win the quiz, though? Sure. But now we need to know, did you win the quiz?
Rebecca Gales. The Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
Nice way of putting it. Yes! Oh, fantastic. Way to go, Mundle. By then, we had forgotten about our little tug-of-war, although she still holds the book in her hands. I had let go of it without realizing when she answered my first question.
Teacher, then?
Got it in one.
Hang on, gotta pull someone out of the shower. Don't want my gas bill to soar like a SpaceX launch. Probably not. No, that sounds bad.
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water.
Oh, really?
You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Oh, that's where the little girl, Kylie. Right? When you can't beat them, join them. A 2-for-1. Ah, yes, Saint Goretti. You'd think a school would choose a more appropriate saint to name themselves after, especially when they have very young students.
And I'm guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
Well, close enough, I suppose.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Well, that would be a bit strange since you apparently teach children. But, I mean, you never know. Weirder things have probably happened at some point in history.
Ben.
I could have said that I was an architect, but there's no point in explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
Well, I guess now you have.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
Well, what do you know?
That must be interesting work.
Ah, yes, it's wonderful, really. Murder houses and stuff, like, you'd love it.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure. But it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children.
Possible. I mean, it depends. Some children are very well behaved, and then other children are, well, little gremlins. But I mean, most children are probably just fine.
The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
Indeed.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things.
Oh, that's a bit, condescending, I wanted to say, but you know, you mean the children. I'm not sure that's what he meant.
Any big projects right now? I can't imagine that interior designing is a frequent thing.
I'm
Well,
working on the Ermengarde mansion.
Ermengarde.
That mansion. Inta. Wonderful. Breathtaking. I can't wait to start in it.
Ah,
Now
yes.
That is beautiful architecture.
Wonderful. Absolutely lovely. A pause. It looks like she wants to say something at my mention of the house. I'm not surprised. That place is certainly popular with the locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. And the next second, though, she seems to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at? I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet? I've
Maybe.
met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
Interesting. What virtual room apps?
Tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly eye tabs when he built the Parthenon.
Eye
I
tabs.
certainly don't need one to design a house.
Ah, yes. Copyright. Of course. The computer back at my place is all I have. Why should I buy such an expensive gadget that will just get outdated within the year when what I have is just as functional? The traditional ways had a far more personal touch, in my opinion. Not to mention those smartphones are an awful tools of procrastination. Well, that's true enough, yeah. I can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens, they're evil things that make typing what should have been a simple task harder. I aced the test! Yes! Congratulations, Kelly! I knew you would! See, I foretold this would happen. Yes! Congratulations, Kelly! Way to go! Yes! Speaking or thinking of the devil, devil seems to have summoned it because before I can even carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes as she pulls out her mobile. Now you know, Nath. Oh, yes. Fantastic. For what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself. Off farther into the aisle she goes for some privacy. I do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Is something wrong?
Oh yeah.
Lunch at the coffee house? Sure. I can make it. I'm not too far. I can be there in 10.
Oh, is this... Oh, when she and Zach... Oh no, Zach. Oh. But with how quiet the surroundings is, she can't blame me if I overhear snippets of her conversation. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, I know that our friendly chat has been cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
It's fine. Totally fine. No need to even apologize.
About the book.
Her embarrassment increases twofold when she realizes she's still holding on to the history of Luxembourg architecture. I don't ever give her time to think about it, as I put a hand up and shake my head, fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with one of my business cards and hand them over to her.
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. You can go ahead and have it. But you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
I mean, a logical way to do it. She makes quick work, penning her number down and handing it back to her with a grin.
Just message me during school hours, of course.
Ah, yes, of course.
You have a good day then.
You too.
With Rebecca gone, I'm left alone standing in the history section. Although my original plans were simply to sit down and read a good book, our little pop quiz, if you could call it that, has made time pass by without any of us even realizing it. It was fun, and I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There are still other books to be read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like How to Deal with Arseholes Professionally 101, just in case. Yeah, that that sounds useful, yeah. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty, and rich clients before, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. Because Lutwright just takes the fucking cake, and he probably manages to eat it too. Yeah, probably. It seems the world is conspiring to keep me from my me time, as my mobile vibrates in my pocket the moment I find something from the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything, but I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents.
Fantastic. Too much swearing all of a sudden. Look, I read the text given to me, okay?
Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
What can I do? Already? How did they go through the process so fast? Surely there is so many red tape to even acquire the forms of transferring of rights. No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be this quick, right?
So, if I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
I'd actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
Ah, yes.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
Not a problem. Right. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Right. Cheers.
I don't know, I just don't. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been, what, a day? Less than that even? There isn't even a point in trying to make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. As it looks like I'm on the clock starting today, I might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of the street food stalls, I find a table to spend time with a copy of Marquis de Sade's The Crime of Love, since Rebecca left with the book I wanted. I've read this one before, along with the rest of his works. This would be the 18th time, in fact. But it's always nice to read through it again when I don't have the time to enjoy something new. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich that they just end up plain filthy, you need the good old Marquis sound advice.
La blessure se trouvant sans aucune sorte de conséquence.
Yes, the wound being without any consequence. Of course, it's folly to think that things have no consequence when everything actually does. Briar Realty Corporation's Luxbourne branch isn't too far off from the city centre, just a few blocks away, and I can easily eat and walk. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go into a flurry of activity. No doubt there'll be so much to do once we get hands-on with the mansion.
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
There's that, I suppose. Surely, no matter how much BRC and the old owners put into restoration and preservation of the place, any big repairs would be superficial at most. I'm quite certain that, in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do, despite how it is frowned upon. There'll be a lot of hidden issues I will need to weed out, and I have to make sure I find every single one of them, especially the more serious damage. Structural integrity is definitely on top of the list we will have to consider. The building might look sturdy, but it is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, put limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely, so long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. Those two things always made sure the referrals keep coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. When I do go up to BRC's office, I can't help but stop and stare when I enter the building. With the lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already if they still aren't filtering through the doors. I get that it's Saturday, that people probably still feel tired and lazy to be working on a weekend, but they're still on the clock and not bumming out wasting company time on extended lunch breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious as it is with these big corporations. Each person is given their own little space of what's usually a 2x2 meter cubicle. There's a lot more empty chairs than are actual people working at their desks. It reminds me far too much of my last day at Porizkova Projects during the massive layoffs due to the Irish economic crisis. But it isn't just that, though. Everything is as quiet as a grave. It's as if these people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, Santos comes in through the door looking as if she's just seen one. She looks at me wide-eyed like a deer caught in the headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel it's not in my position to do so. What if it's something personal? I'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Really, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
You presume correctly.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know? But it won't take too long. Don't worry.
Thank you for the posture check, trucker, and also thank you for the hydrate.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste.
Yes, indeed. Quack, indeed. Thank you for the bits, trucker.
I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
Oh, very good. She flinches and looks like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Round 2 of quacks, yes. Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way towards her station and goes to fetch the floor plans. She fell for it again. I mean, I usually do. It won't take too long, as she said, but it does take a bit. Time spent to compose herself, most likely.
No, we usually just email these things.
Yes, but Marianne wanted physical copies.
I prefer the real thing.
Not that you would know. I mean, that's a bit harsh. You probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working, and even when you should be working, playing those mindless, addictive games. Oh wow, Marianne is really looking down on Isabel. I definitely wish Chris would stop playing that Batcat thingy during work hours too. I really want to know what Batcat is.
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint. Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but you know, the real thing is different.
It is indeed. Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
See, that's what when you judge a cover by its book. No. No. When you judge a book by its cover, Marianne, that's when you stick your foot in your mouth. I mean, she's almost 30 centimeters taller, so yeah, she's definitely looking down on her. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, look at that. Yes, lovely. It's a big... they have a theater. Oh. I would love to have a theater, my own private. Just imagine watching, just binge watching your favorite TV show in like a theater, but like with really comfy chairs and stuff that lean back and stuff. No, I stopped after saying when you judge a cover by its book. I said no. I did not finish the quote. This is slander. Checking out the floor plans, I see that I'll have a lot going for me. Now I know how Ray felt when he found the Central Park West Building floor plans from that one movie. Imagine putting a bed into your personal theater. Oh, yes. Oh, but I mean, I slander as much as I want. I mean, you're not wrong. This is why I became an architect in the first place. Ah, yes. Lovely. Jacobean style at its finest. It's a thing of beauty. Look at these gorgeous rooms, the delicate harmony between the empty spaces. And speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these ones.
I feel a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger.
I'd like a ballroom. A ballroom would be pretty cool too, you gotta admit. Not you and your speed. Look, it's a boon from Hermes, okay? We all know what this is about.
Maybe the scale is wrong? It's not much of a problem. And it is an old house.
There's a music room as well, look at that! Oh. I don't like the basement. I don't care for the basement. Basements are creepy. There had been little details here and there that I would like to have addressed during the open house too, but it was all forgotten in the wake of Miss Santos' incident and the troubles with ownership. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I shudder to think what sort of repairs they did to the place. There might have been things that were swept under the rug and pushed to a dark corner of the rooms, hidden away in barrels. Water damage could have been covered up. There had been floods due to heavy rains in West England just last year, after all, and if there's any sort of damage to the house's foundation, that's going to be a lot of work. Now we get a bouncing ball collection, just throw them all at once. I mean, okay, I was thinking more of dancing, but sure, lots of balls. That could work, fine. Yeah, why not? I was not able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, a whole family of vermin could have made their nests there. Working with pest control is always the worst. The sheer size of this place is staggering, even if I did just say it was a lot smaller than I thought. I might just be biting off more than I can chew, but who doesn't like a good challenge? First things first, I'll have to...
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
I think I'm okay.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules
I
against
like
it.
how I just decided, no, I don't want. I have no idea what she's gonna say. I would get a bouncing ball. Oh no, yeah, I already, yeah, right.
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous. And even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John.
I mean, apparently it's really deserted, so yeah. Although someone just left their bowl of something, which is weird. Also, that just kind of looks like the biggest post-it ever. Actually, all of these look like the biggest post-its ever. Why can I not say post-it like a normal person?
I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
Well, why did you bring 2 without asking? I have to stamp down my annoyance at being distracted. Seeing the girl, the young woman though, it looks like she has a lot on her mind. If babbling is her way of dealing with stray thoughts, I'm not really the one she should be babbling to. How should I respond? Well, they already have a bad relationship, so I don't really think I could do too much damage here. I don't have time for this.
Time for this. Just spit it out.
Oh, yeah, well, I did more damage to it anyways. If you can't say post it, then just say post them. Ah, yes. Yes. Oh my god. I have speech impediments, okay? These are the biggest post thems I've ever seen. An air of uncertainty hangs over the girl, although she tries her best not to let it show. She really is too young, too uncertain for what she does.
Well, you see, the coffee, it's getting cold and, that's not good.
No, you cannot drink cold coffee. That's just not possible. It's toxic when it gets cold. I doubt that's what she actually wants to say.
Is that all? May I get back to work without being interrupted?
Ah, yes, thou shalt not questions mest about these posts themst. Oh my god, that was a terror to read. Why, Mundle, are you doing this to me? Why?
Sure, I'll leave you alone.
Ah, yes. Bye-bye, Miss Santos.
And if you need me, I'll be just look for me somewhere. It's not like that's going to be hard.
Yeah, just look for me somewhere. Doesn't matter where, you'll just find me. Wait, what? Oh.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh. A strained air settles in the room as we stare at each other, mirroring the same confused expressions. I'm quite sure I heard her say something. Or is that someone from outside? Unlikely. So, when she slightly tilts her head at me in question, I can only look away flustered. It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail it out of the realty office as quick as I can. But a joy to hear. Oh, good. Fight time. Yeah, just cat fight. Rawr. I can't do kitty cat, apparently, motions. Though I'm able to keep myself professional at all times does not mean I like it, and seeing that most of the day has already gone by before I realized it, I choose to head back to my flat instead. Despite today being a Saturday, no fun, but at least this way I can definitely avoid another unpleasant encounter. Yeah, considering how much I'll be seeing a whiskey in the near foreseeable future, I have a feeling I'll need all the rest the weekend can give me. I mean, I don't blame her. For the first time in a long while, excited as I am to work on the mansion, I cannot wait to be over and done with this project. Okay, October 24th. Monday couldn't come any sooner. So, hang on. We are now... Okay, hang on. So, yeah, and then... Ah. So, okay, that's Isabella's part, and we're here now. Oh, okay, that's when she learns. Okay. Rightio. After taking the floor plans from Miss Santos the day before last, I spent most of my Sunday drawing up plans and calling in my suppliers. Although no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure that they want high-end appliances, the most expensive materials, and the most pretentious everything. They usually did these rich types, based from experience at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. I have to check myself, make sure I'm not playing with my gloves as one of the other building tenants takes the elevator up with me. It makes me self-conscious when the woman's eyes go over me, and I'm sure she was going to point out some perceived flaw in my physical appearance. But I'm saved from being paranoid when they went off a few floors later. Still, the ride up to my floor is nerve-wracking. The rights lived at the very top, the penthouse, the creme de la creme when it comes to condominium and urban living. Just getting access to the place is an ordeal of its own. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks, just to secure a keycard, not only because of building management, but because of the right's personal security. It sometimes felt like I'm being interrogated for a crime and not visiting a client at their home. Even when their personal assistant called in to help and verify my presence, the process is aggravated rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil, ah, you're mean. You are a bad man. The elevator door opens and I'm greeted by none other than Whiskey's not so little
I do
lackey.
apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting. But I'm here now and I'm ready, so if I may, where are they?
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon.
No, it's the nothing else matters music again.
I'm surprised to see you made it through security. And only 5 minutes late.
You're a jerk.
You said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
Like, as if she doesn't have anything better to do with her day.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
Ah, yes, go and put the kettle on.
About the
Mean
tea,
person.
I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
I don't like you. He shoves me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cups and all sorts of other things in preparations for tea. I ignore the animosity towards his employer that his words imply. I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Accepting the quiet and isolation instead, I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes, or even 10. I sit in their living room just waiting. And when the kettle starts whistling and the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the silence is relaxing. But then there's a crash. I nearly spill tea all over my lap in surprise, and I look up, expecting security to come running. Even the man at the kitchen counter continues to fix breakfast like he heard nothing. I don't want to speak up about it, but he looks far too absorbed in his cooking, and I don't want to be the cause of a burnt food or worse. However, there's something in me that just wants to figure out what that was, although I'm not normally this nosy. There's just something wrong with these people. What should I do then? Yeah, check it out. The crash came from the hallway, and I really shouldn't be snooping about. But it's just concern. Yeah, concern that urges me to check it out. Sneaking a glance at the butler. I consider sneaking off,
Excuse me, but where's the loo?
He barely looks my way before pointing a spatula towards the hallway. It's a good excuse as any. And if I'm caught lingering any longer than I should, I could just excuse myself and say that I wasn't sure which door led to where. Still, looking into the hallway reveals nothing. I don't see anything that might have caused the crash. The hallway, like the rest of the place, is in pristine condition. There are several doors for not only the toilet, but also presumably rooms for their butler and for other members of the staff. As I stand there, however, something feels definitely out of place. One of the doors, the nearest within my reach, stands ajar, and from inside a light flickers incessantly. It could simply be a light bulb that needs replacing, but the thought of it in a place so well taken care of seems odd, off. I think that maybe this is where the crash came from. Inside, I can spy a radio lying on the floor. That's probably it, right? Maybe one of the help in a hurry to get out of the room knocked it over in the process? If that's all it is, I really should leave it alone. As I turn to leave, the sound of static fills the air and a man's tinny voice interrupts the silence. Oh. Why am I still standing here? Uh-oh. Oh no, she's next. She might be, This seems familiar, doesn't it? Hmm. Like, I've heard it before. Huh. Whoa. Okay, that spooked me. I recoil, backing away from whatever that was. In the process, I trip backwards on my feet and I wait for the pain of falling flat on my back, but instead, I feel a hand on my back and see the smug smile of, well, guess who?
Oh, don't tell me you're reporting to work drunk, Mint.
Oh god, I hate this guy. And back. Welcome back, Christy. Welcome back. Of course, I know exactly who that voice belongs to. Yes, it's Whiskey. It just have to be him.
Marianne McCullough, hammered on the job. That would be something.
Huh? But...
Wouldn't dream of it, Whiskey. You're allowed to be if you wanted, though it's a bit early for it. So thanks for the save.
I mean, he's probably always drunk, so I wouldn't be surprised. Really. It is much appreciated. Even though the circumstances during our first meeting were not savory or wholesome, I can't bring myself to completely look at Mr. Right in a bad light. No, see him in a bad light. There's nothing good about this person that we've seen so far, at least. So, see him however wrong you want. He's bad. Bad person. Nothing came out of it after all. I mean, not because he didn't want it to. Oh, thank you for the posture check and the hydrate.
I have a gift for catching pretty ladies, being a great catch myself.
Ah ha 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 ha. Right, yes. Beep beep, almost 11 p.m. Okay, thank you.
Is that so? Would you say you'll be able to catch if another man were to pitch?
Oh, fantastic.
Perhaps, but I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't you?
I don't play baseball, Mint.
Well, ain't that just sad?
Right. Of course you don't.
I can't help but chuckle at my little joke, but it looks like it completely went over his head. It really does, apparently. If he had understood, I guess it would have been inappropriate. He is my client, after all. Speaking of which, where's Mrs. Wright? Whatever little camaraderie I had with Whiskey is forgotten, however. I straighten up and glance behind him, only to find that he's on his own. Mrs. Wright is still absent. So... oh, he didn't like that. Okay, right. He doesn't want to be reminded of his wife. Of course he doesn't. I still remember my place and why I'm here. To continue in such a manner with her husband would feel like a breach of trust between my client and I. Mission not successful yet, but it will be in a second. Just turning on the warm water tap will instantly make it successful. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
Since you are here, I don't suppose Mrs. Wright is on her way down? It is 10:30 after all.
She'll be down here in a moment. For now, you have me.
I don't want to have you in any shape or form. Go away.
Can't I just chat with a good friend?
We're not good friends. No, go away.
I don't think a night where we talk like two drunk Egypts makes us good friends.
No, really doesn't.
And if you have any bit of sense, it's better to forget that night ever happened.
What?
Yep.
Why not? It was a good night, if a bit boring.
Does he not understand that the night ended the way it ended because I hate him, not because he wanted to commit adultery. He wanted to cheat on his wife, and he probably has a dozen times. I mean, we know Rochelle and all that, but like, bad person, bad. Don't like you.
Exactly why. We both know what your intentions were that night, and to find out that you're married.
I mean, how surprised are you, really? Come on, look at him. He looks like a creep.
If there's even an ounce of decency in you, if
If you'd like the world to be a little less messed up, you'll remember your wife and what you almost did to your Mrs. Wright.
Oh, he has no decency in him. Don't worry, Marianne. It's better to get that out of the way once and for all.
To be such a killjoy about it.
Yeah, no decency at all. The dead air between us, because it can't be anything else but that, is broken as a lively voice calls out from the loft.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. I know we agreed we'd start at 10 o'clock, but mornings just simply do not agree with me. Not one bit. It's been like this since I've been in university.
How did you ever get to your classes? It's 5 minutes to 11 o'clock. These high-end clients sure like to be fashionably late. Back but lurking. Well, welcome back but lurking, EXO. I'm used to it though, much like how I'm used to so many years of hearing people mispronounce my name. Besides, berating or correcting my client would be extremely impolite, and Marianne, it doesn't sound too bad when she says it. To be fair, yeah, her hair was different. That was also paler. I think probably all of her was paler. To be fair, it doesn't seem like she's late on
I
purpose.
see you're up, darling. You know, you could have woken me up as well. Were you showing Marianne around? Not that there's much to see. This place is so tiny compared to the mansion.
Oh yeah, it looks teeny. I'm more worried about the way she stares at me, judging. Such a look. It doesn't suit her pretty face at all. Just seeing Mrs. Wright reminds me too much of her. And maybe I'm starting to hear her again, see her again, when I shouldn't. I should have left it all behind, forgotten it. To think she would be looking at me that way, I can just feel my hands tremble.
Yes, just showing her around and getting to know each other. Isn't that right, Marianne?
Ah, yes.
Yes, of course.
Creep.
And your butler was making breakfast a while ago. So if you want to get right to that...
Breakfast would be lovely.
Yes, indeed. There's no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table, though it is too personal to share a meal in their home. It would be terribly rude to deny their invitation. Besides, the pancakes did look and smell heavenly. Ah, yes, pancakes. A bowl of clotted cream, fruit, syrups, jams, and other spreads are laid out next to them, making for a colorful arrangement. If this was a brunch with French, I would have gladly helped myself to the whole lot. Pancakes, did I hear pancakes? You did. Pancakes would actually be really good. Very good. I had fluffy pancakes twice in Japan, and that was lovely. We've only got more like crepes, usually in Norway. But as it is, I accepted just a few pieces of pancakes and topped it off with lemon and sugar. I should make them for my grandma tomorrow. Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah, I'm sure she would appreciate that. Great, now I want some. Yeah, I think that's all of us. Japan did pancakes perfect. Oh, they did. Absolutely. Look up poffertjes. Oh, someone remind me of that in the Discord, because I will forget. But yes, I will look it up.
You know, I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
You actually pronounced it right. Well, that's probably a first. Why are pancakes called pancakes, Kelly? Oh, right, the helipad. Because they cakes in a pan. I would never have guessed.
And you're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables?
I mean, obviously, because you need the greenhouse to keep the vineyard in, because grapes will not grow, at least not year round. But I guess they won't do that anyways. I don't know, what's the climate like? Can you grow grapes? Stables are nice if you have horses, otherwise you don't really need them. Well, I mean, other kinds of animals, I guess, as well. But if you're thinking about rich people like this, they're probably horses, or I guess maybe llamas or alpacas, something like that. I mean, probably horses.
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
Oh, right. Absolute tool.
We're talking about interiors here, honey.
Yeah, he wants horses in the dining hall, probably.
Don't handle exterior designs and...
Whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely.
Indeed. He probably wants to horse around. Yes, he does. I don't think he ever does anything but horsing around. There is a really rude word you could say with that has to do with the horse in a very North Norwegian dialect that I'm not going to say. It's really, really rude. But it exists.
I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there?
Marianne, the only thing more fake than your relationship is your accent. Yeah, indeed. Oh, now I'm curious. Well, yeah, that's a shame. Also, I spammed you some Pufferteer's images. Oh, nice. Also, Lefsy's tasty. Oh, Lefsy's so good. I haven't actually had any in forever, but they're so good.
Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Indeed. I'd like to get one of those big... Oh, I don't actually remember what they're called, but like big things where to make your own left set, that would be, oh, lovely.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, oh, as well as the old owners.
Oh, fantastic. Message me the word later, sure.
Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry. They're letting us move in as soon as we please.
Oh, I need to post a picture of the whale as well. I forgot about that. The plushie. The whale plushie, that is. I don't, you know, from...
It's not like they were living there in
a
the first place.
lot of days ago.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be, well...
You have a pet whale. Well, I mean, I've got a plushie whale, so kind of.
First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is. But at the same time, I want modern appliances.
Understandable.
On the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before. Make them look vintage, antique, blended with the rest of the decor.
Yes.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past did not have us this involved.
Also, usually those toast irons here also get special iron for those Pufferteers delivered, in my country at least. Oh, interesting. Cool. I stop. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have words. This isn't the time or place for it, however. Instead, I use this brief pause to pull out the floor plans I brought with me.
Figure out what you want to do with the rooms. Here, we can have a quick run through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
The quarters?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies in waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde. Which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Interesting.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
I love fashion. But do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear? We'll have large closets and a wardrobe in the bedroom already.
I mean, they seem to only be wearing, you know, the same dress and the same suit, so I really don't feel like they need an entire room for that.
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice. A craft room where I can do fun things. Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over.
Wait, Kylie?
Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
What's her connection to Kylie?
1, you are not inviting that witch. And 2, there's
oh,
a whole mansion for Kylie to stay in.
well. We now know why he doesn't like the mention of Rochelle, yeah. Bastard.
We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts.
Well, maybe she would if she had a room to do arts and crafts in. Absolute idiot.
I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
Do you need both of them?
it into a personal office if I can have my utility room? It's just the one room of the many. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway.
True
The
enough,
real
huh?
problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
You're not keeping the theater? Are you insane? Why would you not keep the theater? My throat feels as vile as he is. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a good description. Just shoot the white bugger, please. Someone hand me a gun. Yes, please. Someone do it.
Fine. We could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
I don't like that this is something apparently we agree on. I'm not a fan of the theater anymore. Yeah. And now it decides to, to buffer on my side. Oh no, no!
Yes, well, I don't want
Oh.
guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea. By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though.
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
Where? Oh my! I cannot with this guy. A dining hall is where you eat. That's why it's next to the kitchen. You don't have your garage next to the kitchen, you absolute moron of a man.
What for?
He's an absolute what?
You can park your cars outside.
I cannot with him. Yes, park your cars outside.
That room,
Your
right
cars
there,
outside.
in the northwest corner.
That's sleeping quarters for the household help?
Well, you don't need those, do ya?
Oh, that is perfect. You Hans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in.
There's where I would put the garage, though. But you would have to go through the garage from the kitchen. It makes no sense. You would have to go from the kitchen to wherever makes it easy to carry the groceries in. Yeah, but when you're gonna serve the food, you have to walk through the garage. No, that makes no sense at all.
It'd be convenient, so they don't have
Just
to make
park
a
in the
trip from
kitchen.
Knoxbourne to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot
Oh,
more people to
no.
maintain a property of this size.
As a kid, most places I lived, the garage was connected to the garage. I feel like one of those garages should be a different word.
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought.
It is big, yeah.
Look at all these rooms. I didn't even know there was a music room next to the
Kitchen.
parlor because of what happened.
I mean, technically the garage would be connected to the garage since the garage is the garage. But yeah, that makes sense. I've never had a garage. Maybe that's just the norm. But like, wouldn't you have then an exit on this wall so you wouldn't have to go through the garage to get from the kitchen to the rest of the house? Surely. So this layout is just not good for that plan.
There was a grand piano in there too, when we checked during the tour.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again.
Yeah, no, you don't want him to
Seen
do
you
that.
When we were younger, Marianne.
No,
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
I believe that.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless.
Well, I have one now, but it's too small for the car. Oh no! That's the dining hall between the kitchen and the gallery, though. Yeah, but that's where he wanted to put the that's where he wanted to put the garage. So you would have to go through the garage to get from the kitchen to anywhere else. She's too good for him. Yes, she
He'd
is.
come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too, and I'd dance, and it was just...
Oh yeah, I'm sure it was lovely. He's an absolute idiot. Mr. Wright playing the piano. I can't imagine it. But the earnest way in which Mrs. Wright said so told otherwise. Take your
Anyway, what do
time,
you think of
Mundle.
these plans, Marianne?
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage?
No.
Now, that isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
You're getting your stables, you're getting your vineyard, you're getting your greenhouse. Surely you cannot demolish the dining room for a garage. He's making a garage and he's probably renovating the whole kitchen too. It doesn't look like he said nothing about the kitchen.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theatre, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables.
Yep,
That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
it does. Yes, it sounds fair. Mrs. Wright has her points, though. I really didn't want to butt in the spat of a husband and a wife. But with the way the two were looking at me to settle this, I might as well just keep to the fact instead of giving opinion. Yeah, he didn't like that, but she did. You know what? That's all that matters.
Mr. Wright, your plan isn't quite feasible from an architectural perspective. I'm not even sure how much we can do
Yes,
without
Date
close
Hannah.
inspection.
Yes.
Well, the one about the garage, at least. A walk-in closet is easy enough, but the garage?
See, a garage isn't architecturally feasible, and it isn't going to be financially sound as well. We're already going to spend a lot on your other requests. You have several acres of land to park on already.
Yep.
What? Did you calculate that on the fly? Financially sound my foot. You're probably just thinking up of imaginary numbers.
No, I think she has more wits about her than you
Might
do.
I remind you that I was a financial manager? I also looked over and approved the expenses of our other houses. I know the rough cost of these things by now, love.
Yeah, she knows what she's talking about. He's just pulling air out of his hat.
Masters in business administration, major in accounting. Sometimes I think you forget that I'm not as dumb as I act.
Oh yeah, definitely. She's a finance woman. She is. She knows her stuff. That catches my attention more than anything. It sounds more unbelievable than Whiskey playing the piano. She really didn't seem like the type.
Business administration and accounting? What university?
Lux upon you, of course. Go Lux Dragons. Red and gold.
Excuse me, how about we move on this chit-chat ahead and do whatever else needs to be done sometime today? I had to cancel my appointments for this, you know.
Oh no, you poor sweet man, are you okay? Absolute idiot.
We might as well do a proper inspection with the designer this time, just to get it out of the way.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another
Okey-dokey.
look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
Probably a good idea. It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? I mean, still, I mean, Marianne is, you know, the professional in this situation, so yeah. Oh, you poor sweet man, are you okay? Absolute idiot. Yeah, that quote is not going to confuse anyone at any point in time. Uh-oh. Let's see, what... Okay, yeah. So, we're gonna end it there for today. Let's see who is going at the moment. The stream is back up for me. Network issues, I guess. Oh no, Christy, I'm so sorry. Oh, and the sad raccoon, no. But it's getting late. Let's send you guys over to Costa. Don't forget the whale. Yes, I will send a picture of the whale. I will remember this time. Send you guys to Costa. He's playing some Final Fantasy XIV. I really need to play some more of that as well, once November is up and about. But thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Oh, well, what do we have here? Yeah, the whale is actually the mascot of Josai International University, actually. It was fun. Well, I'm glad you thought so. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I do hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a great day, evening, or night, depending on where you are. And let's see. Tomorrow is Tuesday, so I will not be streaming, but I will be back on Wednesday, almost at Monday, but that's not how the week works. I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll play some more of The Letter. Yes, I will also be starting a poll on the Discord soon, whether we, after The Letter, if we want to go to Alien Isolation or Resident Evil 2, or if we want to save Alien Isolation for when I can actually get a heart rate monitor, because I'm pretty sure my heart rate is going to spike a lot during that one, so it could be fun to actually have that. But we'll see. I'm going to put up a poll on the Discord and we'll see what happens. for now, I hope you have fun with Costa. And yeah, if not on Wednesday, I hope to see you soon. Bye bye for now. Bye. Bye bye bye.